It's largest ever non-kinetic operation across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and the operation was launched next day in the afternoon. And since then, we are witnessing the SIM verification, the verification of the migrant laborers that are living here, the verification of overground workers, their houses being searched, also the cancellation of the bails of those who are booked under terror charges but are on the bail and trying to revive terrorism. Also the raids on the crackdown on the Jamaat-e-Islami members. This all was part of the larger crackdown, and as we speak, the verifications are underway in the outskirts of the area, in the Chokijora of area, because here what happens that the laborers as well as the tribals, they also come from the upper reaches to the lower reaches since it is winters. So now they are launching a major crackdown. They are searching down every nook and corner so that the search operations can be conducted and any possibility of a major threat coming, that can be ruled out at an earliest.
Okay, Gursimran, thank you for giving us the details. With that, we move on. And at 2:08 p.m. on Friday, the Indian Air Force's Tejas jet was performing an aerial maneuver, enthralling the audience gathered at the Dubai Air Show. The next minute, it appeared to lose balance before nosediving and ultimately crashing, sending thick black smoke billowing from the crash site. Here's a report.
The Dubai Air Show, one of the world's most prestigious air shows. Just 2 days ago, this was LCA Tejas. Watch the maneuvers on November 19th that made global headlines. This afternoon at 2:15 p.m. Dubai time, the Tejas was back in focus in what would have been an 8-minute flight display as per the manual. A 70-second video accessed by Republic shows a smooth takeoff. A smooth takeoff. The jet takes off smoothly, climbing into a clear blue sky under partly cloudy conditions. It executes initial rolls and passes over the crowd. Watch another video from another angle of the initial flight. Then the maneuver phase. Between 10 to 20 seconds, the aircraft enters a vertical loop, a demanding high G-turn. As it approaches the bottom of the loop, near ground level, it appears to lose power or control, with the nose pitching downward. Watch the final few seconds from close angle. Between 20 to 25 seconds in the video, the aircraft collides with the ground in a barren area beside the runway, erupting into a massive fireball. Debris scatters and thick black smoke billows upward, obscuring the sight. This is a video shot by an aviation enthusiast. Republic also spoke to an eyewitness of the Dubai Air Show.
Though they were trying to fly very low and we thought like, it's gonna be something very good. But the last moment, the way the nose dive, it was definitely end up in disaster. And immediately after the crash, the entire air show, the Dubai police have pushed everyone out of the airport and the entire show got shut down. Being the last day of the event, definitely it was like, very dominating for other people also. But it's like a very regretting moment for everyone.
So what went wrong in the final moments?
Something has gone wrong and the aircraft is mushing into the ground at a very fast pace. Close to the ground, the altitude is slightly higher. It could be the pilot is attempting relight in case of an engine failure. If there's a control malfunction, he would be trying to recover. Why he couldn't eject, we don't know. It could have been, other angles also.
The UAE, along with the IAF, will probe what went wrong. There are 2 to 3 technical angles being looked at. Did a possible engine compressor stall cause the crash, or is there any other reason?
Here's the IF Tejas accident, which took place Friday during the aerial display at the Dubai Air Show. The pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. Now, a court of inquiry is being constituted to ascertain the cause of the accident. The pilot of the aircraft, which has a near-perfect safety record, died in the incident. In fact, many experts reacted after the accident happened and expressed their grief for all the people.
A fighter jet, LCA Tejas, performing at the Dubai Air Show, lost altitude rapidly before crashing into the ground while sending billows of smoke skyward and claiming the life of a pilot.
I am already making video before.
Following the tragic incident, Rajnath Singh took to his social media website X and conveyed his heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family. Defense expert Shivale Deshpande said that the whole country is with the family who were involved in the accident.
The whole country is with the family, and such accidents should not happen, but then a court of inquiry has been ordered into it, and let us wait to see the result of the court of inquiry.
Major General Vikrant Naik saw the incident and shared his views on the unfortunate accident.
I know this is just a temporary setback, and to be present there when this happened as an Indian, it shook me to the core. But at the same time, I'm absolutely certain that this temporary setback will just be a temporary thing in our efforts to be Atmanirbhar as a Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Another eyewitness of the Dubai Air Show, Manoj Kumar Tuteja, shared some details of the incident.
It was performing a negative G maneuver, and the way he recovered, to be honest, and he was already pretty low at that point. So, and then he recovered and he went straight into the ground.
Defense expert Praful Bakshi said that this is the second such incident.
It's a most unfortunate accident which has happened, where we have lost a very gallant pilot, a demonstration pilot who is demonstrating the capabilities of flying capabilities and capabilities of Tejas aircraft, which is being built in India, 4.5 generation old, and this is the second accident which has taken place of this. It is not much. Aircraft has now been flying for a very long time.
Former Indian diplomat KP Fabian stated that the matter will be thoroughly studied and measures will be taken.
What you have to understand is the second time it has happened to Tejas in its history of more than 20 years. Okay. So our people, our Air Force, as well as HLL, the manufacturer, HAL, Hindustan Aircraft Limited, will study the matter, figure out what went wrong, and take appropriate measures.
The Tejas crash was the second such incident after the first crash that happened in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer in March 2024, which was 23 years after the aircraft's first test flight in 2001.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. A total of 26 lakh rupees in cash was collected and handed over to terrorist Dr. Umar. The responsibility of purchasing ammonium nitrate and urea was given to Muzammil. Muzammil bought the NPK fertilizer for 3 lakh rupees. The responsibility of converting this fertilizer into an explosive was given to terrorist Dr. Umar Nabi. He was also given the responsibility to arrange chemicals, remote controls and devices for the explosion. Terror suspect Muzammil confessed these details before the investigating agency. In fact, in 2023, a conspiracy was hatched to carry out blasts in Delhi and several other cities. For the last 2 years, they had been arranging explosives for this blast. For the past 2 years, they had been gathering these explosives, the remotes and other devices.
100 किलो विस्फोटक जो है वो बरामद किया गया और अगर आप दिल्ली से उसकी दूरी मापेंगे तो महज 50 किलोमीटर से भी कम की दूरी और लाल किले से मापेंगे तो 60 किलोमीटर इस दायरे में विस्फोटक जो है वो रखा हुआ था। इन्वेस्टिगेशन एनआईए हर पहलू पर कर रही है और सभी के स्टेटमेंट लिए जा रहे हैं। जी,
My colleague Jatin there giving us the details regarding the major revelations coming out. 26 lakh rupees was handed to terrorist Dr. Umar Nabi. Self-funded the Delhi blast. These are the details and the major revelations that we are gathering. And in terms of the revelations that are coming in and confessed by terrorist suspect Muzammil in front of the probe agencies, he said that 2 years these terror doctors have been gathering explosives, they have been gathering remotes and other devices. 26 lakh in cash was handed over to Umar, terrorist Dr. Umar Nabi, who carried out the explosion at the Delhi Red Fort area. In fact, was given the responsibility to arrange chemicals, remote controls and devices for the explosions. For the last 2 years, the white-collar terrorists were planning to carry out major explosions across Delhi and several other cities. We will try and get in more details on this from a colleague. We'll quickly get my colleague to get us a detail from the ground. But a total of 26 lakh rupees in cash was collected and handed over to terror Dr. Umar. The responsibility of, in fact, purchasing ammonium nitrate. This particular ammonium nitrate, which was recovered, 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate recovered from Faridabad. To procure this, 26 lakh rupees was collected. Jatin, my colleague, joins us for more details. Jatin, मेजर रेवलेशन इस वक्त बाहर निकल करके आ रही है, कैसे 26 लाख रुपए कैश में कलेक्ट किया गया था और टेररिस्ट उमर नबी को हैंडओवर कर दिया था अमोनियम नाइट्रेट परचेस करने के लिए, और जानकारी दीजिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, क्योंकि इस पूरे मामले में जो फंड है वो एक साथ इकट्ठा किया गया, ना सिर्फ फंड एक साथ इकट्ठा किया गया बल्कि आपको ये भी बता दूं कि जो पैसा है वो मुजम्मिल ने इकट्ठा किया, शाहीन ने इकट्ठा किया, मुजफ्फर ने इकट्ठा किया। लेकिन मुजफ्फर ने जो 6 लाख रुपए दिए, मुजफ्फर जिसकी मौजूदा स्थिति अफगानिस्तान के अंदर वो बैठा हुआ है, तो कैसे जैश के हैंडलर से भी पैसा इन लोगों के पास पहुंचा। लेकिन हर किसी की एक अलग जिम्मेदारी थी। अलग जिम्मेदारी इस लिहाज से मुजम्मिल का काम था कि जो खाद है उसको खरीदना, जो फर्टिलाइजर है उसको खरीदना। उमर की जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस फर्टिलाइजर को विस्फोटक में तब्दील करना, और उमर की ही जिम्मेदारी थी कि अलग अलग इलाकों से जो डेटोनेटर है, वायर है, उसको एक्सप्लोड करने में जो मटेरियल है उसका अरेंज करना। उमर ने ही बॉम्ब को असेंबल किया क्योंकि वो लगातार हैंडलर्स के संपर्क में था। उसके बाद वो वीडियो मौजूद थे जिसमें किस तरीके से इसको विस्फोट के तौर पर क्रिएट करना है, असेंबल करना है, इसकी जानकारी उमर को थी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के हॉस्टल में बैठकर ये पूरी प्लानिंग रची गई, फंड अरेंज किया गया, अलग अलग किरदार ने वो फंड जो है वो भेजा। ये फंड एक शाहीना उसके पास पहुंचा। इस फंड को लेकर विवाद भी हुआ। विवाद इस कदर हुआ कि मुजम्मिल और उमर कुछ पैसों को लेकर झगड़े भी थे। इसकी जानकारी मिल रही है कि कैंपस में कई लोगों ने वो झगड़ा देखा भी था, जिसके बाद उमर की जो इको स्पोर्ट गाड़ी थी वो कहीं ना कहीं मुजम्मिल को दे दी गई थी। और आपको याद होगा कि दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के बाद मुजम्मिल के जो एक तरीके से रेडिएशन में दायरे में वो इको स्पोर्ट गाड़ी भी पुलिस ने बरामद की थी। तो अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बहुत कुछ चीज़ें निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं। लेकिन 26 लाख का ये नया कनेक्शन इसलिए क्योंकि 26 लाख रुपए इकट्ठे किए गए। दिल्ली धमाके की कॉन्स्पिरेसी में इन 26 लाख का रोल है, और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चाहे वो मुजम्मिल हो, शाहीन हो, वो हर कोई इसी 26 लाख का जिक्र करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। अब सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि अगर मुजफ्फर ने 6 लाख रुपए दिए, शाहीन ने 5 लाख रुपए दिए, ये पैसा इनका खुद का था या इन्होंने भी इस पैसे का जो अरेंज है वो अलग अलग मॉड्यूल से किया। हालांकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन ये बता रही है कि बतौर डॉक्टर इनके अकाउंट्स में काफी पैसा था, उसी को अब वेरीफाई करने के लिए मल्टीपल जो अकाउंट्स हैं उसकी भी जांच करते हुए एजेंसीज नजर आ रही हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
जी बिल्कुल जतिन, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ये तमाम जानकारी हमें देने के लिए। इस वक्त व्यूअर्स, वी कंटिन्यू टू गेट यू ऑल द डिटेल्स एज दिस मेजर रेवलेशन फ्रॉम द इन्वेस्टिगेशन इनटू द अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी लैब। द टेरर डॉक्टर्स moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of the lab. All the details on the other side after the short break.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge
Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Ashwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is that 4 doctors arrested in the Delhi Red Fort blast case pooled over 26 lakh rupees in cash to procure other chemicals and materials for bombing. Well, this is the latest story that we are tracking at the top of 10. We'll get you all the updates on that and much more. Here are the headlines first that we are tracking for you. Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate, testing kits out of lab. 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers. Speculation over possible reshuffle in Karnataka cabinet continues. D.K. Shivakumar maintains decision to be taken by the High Command. UAE Indian Air Force to conduct a joint probe on the cause of the Tejas fighter jet crash. Preliminary report expected soon. Ukrainian President Zelensky makes a huge statement, says Ukraine risks the loss of key partner as it figures how to respond to US peace deal. And G-20 summit set to commence in South Africa today. Prime Minister Modi expected to speak across all the 3 main sessions. All right, viewers, more details are emerging in the 10/11 conspiracy probe. The probe into the blast has now revealed that a total of 26 lakh rupees was allegedly pooled through self-funding with contributions of 5 lakh rupees from Muzammil, 8 lakh rupees from Adil Ahmed Rather, 6 lakh rupees from Dr. Ahmed Rather, 2 lakh rupees from Dr. Omar, 5 lakh rupees from Shahina Shahid, after which the entire amount was reportedly handed over to Omar. Now, officials further claim that Muzammil was tasked with procuring ammonium nitrate and urea for the operation. So that is the big story that we are tracking for you. There is more information that has come to the fore, and that is that the 4 suspects who were arrested in connection with the white collar terror module had pooled in more than 26 lakh rupees to procure materials used in the blast that happened near Red Fort. So all of these 4 terror doctors had raised this amount in cash, which was then given to Dr. Umar for safekeeping and operational use. All right, so remember Dr. Umar, who hailed from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir and an assistant professor at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, was, remember, behind the wheels of the Hyundai i20 car that exploded in the Red Fort area. And the DNA analysis has also confirmed it was indeed Dr. Umar Nabi who carried out this attack. And of course, investigators are looking into the larger terror conspiracy. Many details have emerged, and now a new information has emerged that using this pooled money of 26 lakh rupees, the group purchased NPK fertilizer, and that's how this amount was raised. Let's get all the updates. Chandrakala, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Chandrakala, this is a fresh revelation that has come in the Delhi blast case. This 4 terror doctors pooling in 26 lakh rupees to buy materials for bomb making. But where exactly did they also pooled in that money? That remains the bigger question.
Yes, absolutely. We know that, as the probe deepens into this very Red Fort blast, of course, now more details are emerging. Very, very concerning, very, very chilling details are now coming to the fore. Now, what we are learning that, the probe has now revealed that a total of rupees 26 lakh was allegedly pulled through self-funding. Now, the fact that the amount which belongs to each and every terror doctors who are involved in this terror module, which includes, of course, with contributions of rupees 5 lakh from Muzammil, rupees 8 lakh from Adil Ahmed Rather, rupees 6 lakh from Dr. Muzaffar, rupees 2 lakh from Umar, and rupees 5 lakh from Shahid, after which the entire amount was reportedly handed over to Umar. Now, the fact that we know that Al-Falah University has been the very epicenter of this entire, that a large amount of, huge amount of cash was seized when we saw it carrying out, multiple
group. How 9 shell companies are also being Al-Falah group, where of course
to the Al-Falah group, where of course there was very much doubt as far as the funding of this university, the funding records, the financial records of this university is concerned. We know that the chairman is also under the custody of the ED. Now, this is a very important details, details which has emerged in this very probe. Now, officials further claim that Muzammil was tasked with procuring ammonium nitrate and urea for the operation. Now, what we are also learning that how these terror doctors, including Muzammil, Umar and Shaheen, has misused the very, their position in the university by removing chemicals and lab materials under the pretext of, teaching and preparing student. And we know that how Al-Falah University has a lot of such, they have made a false accreditation to NSE. Right. Of course, a lot of students are being fooled by this very university. Now, when the multiple searches are also underway at Al-Falah University right at this moment as well. Of course, not only Al-Falah University, in the entire vicinity of the Al-Falah University, the shops, there are like multiple places. Of course, we know that there are various links that has come to the fore. Of course, the Imam of Al-Falah University is also under the custody of ED. Now, we know that more and more
stay with us, because we need to give some more information that you have mentioned right now. Investigators probing the Al-Falah case have now uncovered that the accused doctors, Muzammil, Umar and Shaheen, misused their positions in the university by removing chemicals and lab materials under the pretext of teaching and preparing student projects. A review of the laboratory found discrepancies in records with the glassware, ammonium nitrate, chemical testing kits and other equipment missing without any official entries. And officials say that the materials were taken out of the campus covertly in small quantities. They were carried in bags and vehicle trucks. So this is a new dimension that is emerging in the investigation of the Red Fort blast. Let's go back to Chandrakala. Chandrakala, as you were earlier mentioning, the records are showing how these chemicals were withdrawn from the university. But this is very surprising considering the fact that, we are talking about huge quantities of chemicals are being taken away from the laboratory. And what is very surprising is that how come these records don't show that this was happening? Clearly, it was a case that was possibly being ignored by the authorities.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I have already mentioned about it, how Al-Falah University is under the radar now, of course, of this entire investigating agencies. Now, major revelation, of course, the investigation is now, has now come to the fore. Of course, now we are understanding that terrorists, doctors, Muzammil, Umar and Dr. Shaheen were stealing chemicals from the lab under the, guise of teaching medicine and creating projects for students. Of course, as I have already mentioned, that students were being fooled in the Al-Falah University. And now that, when the items were compared with the lab records, glassware, ammonium nitrate and some chemical testing kits did not match the records. Now, several chemical kits and lab equipment were found missing. and no entry was made before they were taken out of the lab. So yes, a complete misuse of university properties as well. And I'm sure, of course, the fact that the chairman is also aware of this, but yes, this was not taken, this was this was not in the highlight. Of course, this was not, the fact that the lab equipment was taken out of the campus in small quantities in bags and trunk of vehicles. Different chemicals and lab kits for testing with ammonium nitrate were missing from the lab. So very, very chilling details are now coming up. Of course, as the investigation deepens, we are now looking at various angles of this Al-Falah University, of this very investigation. Of course, terror funding has been the major focus, and now we see that how the properties of Al-Falah University was misused by these doctors. These terror doctors, educated, radicalized doctors who have now misused the chemicals and the lab, different chemicals and lab kits for testing. Now the NI is questioning, what we are also learning is that, what sources are revealing is that the NI is questioning the arrested terrorists about these chemicals, including who decided which chemical was to be taken out from which lab and what purpose each was used for. And I'm sure these doctors were very, very expertise in this entire.
Foreign handlers, a very big question, whether foreign handlers provided information on how large quantities of explosives could be produced using each of these chemicals which was misused by these doctors. So yes, very important details. Are now coming out, and as this investigation deepens more and more, we will be now at as the days pass by, we will be looking at how this entire terror conspiracy was carried out in a very, very planned manner. How being taking advantage of being a doctor, they have misused labs and chemicals, and this is what has happened, of course, in the national capital. Of course, we have lost many lives. So yes, a very, very crucial development. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Chandrakala, for giving us all those details into all the developments that are taking place as far as the 10/11 conspiracy is concerned. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Delhi Police's crime branch has busted an alleged international arms racket, seizing a large consignment of sophisticated weapons that officials say was sent from Pakistan to India via drones and routed towards Punjab. 4 accused have been arrested for allegedly supplying these arms to notorious gangster networks. And according to investigators, this shipment was intended for syndicates linked to various gangs, including the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Himanshu Bhau gangs, and also the other gangs, and it was to be further distributed across the Delhi NCR region. So this is a big breakthrough really for Delhi police, the crime branch busting an alleged international arms racket. This is a seizure of large consignment of sophisticated weapons, and the suspicion is that it was being sent from Pakistan and to India, and it was transported through drones and routed towards Punjab. We understand that 4 people have been arrested. So Delhi Police's crime branch has got a major breakthrough. 4 accused arrested for supplying these arms to notorious gangster networks. And investigators say this shipment was intended for the syndicates linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi, the Bambhai Gogi and Himanshu Bhau gangs, and it was to be further distributed across the Delhi NCR region. Jatin, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Jatin, what more can you tell us about this alleged international arms racket that the Delhi police has now busted? Give us more details.
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये 10 ऑटोमेटिक पिस्टल्स हैं और इसके अलावा 92 लाइव कार्टेजेस को दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच ने रिकवर किया है। 4 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी इस पूरे मामले में की गई है। ये चारों ही लोग अलग अलग लोकेशन से हैं, लेकिन इन्वेस्टिगेशन क्राइम ब्रांच की ये बता रही है कि इन वेपन्स को पाकिस्तान से भारत लाया गया। जिन 4 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की गई, जिसमें एक बोनू है, एक बलविंदर है, ये लगातार पाकिस्तान में बैठे जो इनके हैंडलर्स थे उसके संपर्क में थे, लेकिन क्राइम ब्रांच की इन्वेस्टिगेशन ये बता रही है कि पाकिस्तान का ISI इस पूरे मॉड्यूल के पीछे ये बैक चैनल के तौर पर काम कर रहा है, यानी कि ISI के ही अलग अलग लोग भारत में ये सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स जो हैं उसकी जो डिलीवरी है वो कर रहे हैं। और यहाँ पर इन वेपन्स को लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और हाशिम बाबा जैसे गैंग्स के जो गैंगस्टर्स हैं उनको दिया जाना है। ये भी क्राइम ब्रांच के जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनसे हमारी बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि ये वेपन्स तुर्की मेड है, इनमें से कुछ वेपन्स चीनी मेड हैं। ये सारे ही वेपन्स पहले पाकिस्तान पहुंचे और पाकिस्तान से बॉर्डर्स के जरिए इन वेपन्स को भारत भेजा गया और यहाँ पर अलग अलग गैंगस्टर्स को ये जो वेपन्स हैं वो डिलीवर करने थे। ये भी क्राइम ब्रांच की इन्वेस्टिगेशन बता रही है कि अलग अलग चैनल से ये चारों लोग संपर्क में थे, लेकिन उन चैनल्स का जो मेन हैंडलर है वो पाकिस्तान के ISI से जुड़ा हुआ है। और भारत में आखिरकार ISI क्यों सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स भेज रहा है ये अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। लेकिन दिल्ली की अगर हम बात करते हैं, दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच को इस मॉड्यूल के बारे में जानकारी मिली थी, जिसके बाद रेड्स कंडक्ट की गई, इन 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया। चारों की गिरफ्तारी में जब वेपन से पूछताछ की गई तो एक लोकेशन इन लोगों ने बताया, उस लोकेशन पर टीम पहुंचती है तो 10 ऑटोमेटिक जो पिस्टल्स हैं वो रिकवर की गई है और तकरीबन 92 लाइव कार्टेजेस हैं वो भी रिकवर किए गए हैं। दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि 12 बजे के आसपास एक ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट इस पूरे मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो देगी, क्राइम ब्रांच इस मामले में PC भी करेगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि ISI कैसे भारत के अंदर वेपन्स की डिलीवरी कर रहा है। वेपन्स की डिलीवरी तो कर रहा है, लेकिन तुर्की मेड इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जो वेपन्स होते थे, चाहे वो तुर्की मेड हो या चीनी मेड वेपन्स हो, उनको पाकिस्तान में इकट्ठा किया जाता है और उसके बाद बॉर्डर्स के जरिए भारत में सप्लाई करना और यहाँ पर गैंगस्टर्स को वो जो वेपन्स है उनकी डिलीवरी करना, ये पूरा जो सीक्वेंस है, ये पूरी जो चेन है, इसको अब क्रैकडाउन करने का जो काम है वो दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच करेगी। और यही कारण है कि पहली कड़ी में या पहले फेज में आप कह लीजिए 4 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी अभी तक की गई है और जो रिकवरी की गई है वो तस्वीरें हम लगातार आपको दिखा रहे हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
जी जतिन, ये बताइए कि जिस तरह से आपने बताया कि 4 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है इस पूरे मामले में, तो क्या उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन से, उनसे जो पुलिस ने सवाल किए हैं उससे कुछ ये निकल कर आया है कि उनका क्या रोल रहा था और किस तरह से वो पाकिस्तान के जो हैंडलर्स हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट में थे?
देखिए, बिल्कुल इनके रोल के बारे में क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि ये चारों डिलीवरी के तौर पर काम करते थे। इनके पास एक कंसाइनमेंट आता था और उनको बताया जाता था कि ये कंसाइनमेंट आपको XYZ पर्सन को देना है। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कर रहे हैं या उनके गैंग से जुड़े जो बदमाश हैं उन तक ये कंसाइनमेंट पहुंचाना है। हालांकि दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच को ये जानकारी मिली थी कि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में इस्तेमाल होने वाले जो वेपन्स हैं उनकी खेप दिल्ली पहुंचने वाली है, इस बारे में जानकारी मिली, जिसके बाद क्राइम ब्रांच ने इन्वेस्टिगेट करना शुरू किया, मल्टीपल जगहों पर रेड्स किया, इन चारों की गिरफ्तारी की गई। ये चारों पाकिस्तान में बैठे अलग अलग लोगों के संपर्क में थे। एक साथ ये 10 वेपन कंसाइनमेंट के तौर पर इनको नहीं मिले थे। धीरे धीरे कर कर कभी 2, कभी 1, कभी 3 इस तरीके से जो वेपन्स हैं इन लोगों के पास पहुंचे थे और इनको आगे डायरेक्शन ये दी जानी थी कि इस गैंगस्टर को ये जो वेपन्स है वो प्रोवाइड कराने हैं। हालांकि अभी इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन ये बता रही है कि 2 गैंगस्टर्स के नाम सामने आए, एक लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग, दूसरा हाशिम बाबा गैंग। इन दोनों गैंग से जुड़े जो बदमाश थे इनको ये जो वेपन्स हैं वो डिलीवर करने थे। हालांकि पाकिस्तान में बैठे जिन हैंडलर से ये संपर्क में थे उनको इन्वेस्टिगेट करने का जो काम है वो दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच करती हुई नजर आ रही है। एक अलग VPN और अलग जो इनक्रिप्टेड ऐप है उसके जरिए ये लोग आपस में बातें करते थे। सबसे बड़ी बात कि इनको डिलीवरी करने के लिए, इन वेपन्स को एक तरीके से बदमाशों तक पहुंचाने के लिए जो पैसा दिया जाता था वो भी हवाला के जरिए दिया जाता था। ये अभी तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकलकर सामने आया है, लेकिन दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन इनिशियल स्टेज पर है। जो कंसाइनमेंट आना था 10 पिस्टल और 92 लाइव कार्टेजेस का, उसको पूरे तरीके से सीज किया गया है और आगे इन चारों से पूछताछ करके इनके बैक चैनल्स में कितने लोग हैं, इस चारों के अलावा क्या कुछ और लोग भी हैं जो इस तरीके से डिलीवरी करते थे और अभी तक पाकिस्तान से आए हुए वेपन्स को कहां डिलीवर किया गया और कितने वेपन्स आए, ये ऐसे सवाल हैं जो कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ही क्लियर होते नजर आएंगे।
Jatin, thank you for getting us all those updates as investigations are continuing into that alleged international arms racket. And viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation quickly. Here is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held talks with his Australian counterpart Anthony Albanese on the sidelines of the G-20 summit at Johannesburg in South Africa. Both leaders expressed satisfaction at the substantial deepening and diversification of bilateral ties as India and Australia mark 5 years of their comprehensive strategic partnership. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Johannesburg last evening to attend the 3-day G-20 Leaders Summit. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has extended his greetings to all workers of the country over the implementation of the 4 labour codes, terming them the biggest reforms in the history of labour laws. In a post on X, he said that these codes will improve the standard of living for workers. The overall air quality deteriorated to the severe level in many parts of the national capital this Saturday morning. Visuals from Akshardham and surrounding areas showed a layer of toxic smogs blanketing the city. AQI in the area was 422, categorized as severe by the Central Pollution Control Board. And viewers, as India steps up at the 2025 G20 Johannesburg summit, as the US opts out of the official participation, Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads India's strong presence, highlighting the Global South's priorities on inclusive growth, climate resilience and global governance reform. While US President Donald Trump decided not to send officials, India's commitment signals a shift in global diplomacy, with India taking a central role. Take a look.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will be visiting Johannesburg, South Africa from 21st to 23rd of November to attend the G20 Leaders Summit.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa.
It's the world's premier gathering of global leaders, but one major player is missing. While the US has indicated that it might pull out, India is heading in, signaling a shift in who holds the table in global diplomacy. On 7th November, the US announced that no government official would attend the 2025 G20 Johannesburg summit, scheduled for 22nd to 23rd November in South Africa. Trump has accused South Africa of racial discrimination against the minority white Afrikaner community, which governed during apartheid until 1994.
We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No.
However, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa announced that the US has changed its stance on attending the G20 summit in Johannesburg, though it remains unclear if Donald Trump, who had declared a boycott, now plans to participate.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form, or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing. This comes really at the late hour before the summit begins.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has embarked on a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the first G20 summit in Johannesburg. In a social media post, Modi said, "This is a particularly special summit." India's commitment was reaffirmed in a special MEA briefing on 20th November, emphasizing that the G20 remains a vital platform and India will engage fully.
As you are aware, the G20 has emerged as a premium forum for international economic cooperation, as well as for discussing matters of global significance. The G20 provides an excellent opportunity for the leaders of these large economies and emerging economies, representing over 85% of global GDP and around 3/4 of the world population, to come together and discuss important issues impacting the world.
With the US absent, India and other global South powers aim to carry the summit. The Johannesburg agenda, inclusive growth, climate resilience, critical minerals, mirrors India's own G20 legacy and ambitions. However, will the absence of US officials impact the event's significance and outcomes?
So, even though the USA will not be present at the table, as has been stated by President Trump, the G20 has been established as a powerful global force. It's not dependent any longer on any one country. So the G20 has become, I would say it's too big to fail. It has its own energy, and it's a force that we all believe in as a platform. And at the present time, we need this platform because it's a staircase between the global North and South. And given the challenges we have within the United Nations system and within the multilateral domain as a whole, the G20 becomes even increasingly relevant in being the vehicle that can adequately and collectively address the challenges.
A G20 without America, but with India present, the message is clear. When one power steps aside, another steps forward. How India uses this moment could reshape its standing and the G20's direction for years to come.
Here's, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, big story from Maharashtra. A 13-year-old dies by suicide in Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers. That big story and much more coming up after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम।
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan.
Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of lab. 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna cites harassment by school teachers. Speculation over possible reshuffle in Karnataka cabinet continues. DK Shivakumar maintains decision to be taken by High Command. UAE-IAF to conduct joint probe on the cause of Tejas fighter jet crash. Preliminary report expected soon. Ukrainian President Zelensky makes a huge statement, says Ukraine risks loss of key partners as they figure how to respond to US peace deal. The G-20 summit set to commence in South Africa today. Prime Minister Modi expected to speak across all three main sessions. Breaking news coming in. Speaking on the meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar said that Chief Minister had already made it clear that he would abide by the party's High Command decision, noting that the CM had promised a cabinet reshuffle after 2.5 years and has now put in the request. He added that this is why several MLAs have gone to Delhi. We will get in that soundbite shortly from now, but that is the DKS camp that are holding meeting in the national capital with questions looming whether the Chief Minister position will be changed.
Expressed that he will go by the decision of the party high command. And he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. Hey, he is our leader. I say, whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty. Being a ACC president, we have to respect her.
My colleague Abhishek is joining us live to give us more details from Bengaluru. Abhishek, take us through these developments coming in with DK Shivakumar once again reiterating the fact that Siddaramaiah also making it clear all the decision lies with the party high command.
Well, CM Siddaramaiah very clearly mentioned that he will be the full-term Chief Minister of the Karnataka, and the same point of time, political hangama has started in Bengaluru because DCM DK Shivakumar visited AICC Supreme Mallikarjun Kharge at his residence yesterday, and various other MLAs also tried to connect with Mallikarjun Kharge. When questioned about this, DK Shivakumar has mentioned that it is his bound duty to welcome the AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge, and it is a part of protocol, and there is no speculation. There need to be no speculation, is what he mentioned. Another point of time, he also mentioned that since Siddaramaiah has already mentioned that he will be the full-term Chief Minister, DK Shivakumar as Deputy CM will be supporting CM Siddaramaiah for the next 2.5 years as well. And until AICC intervenes with the reshuffling of the cabinet, he will have no say on that. And he also mentioned the fact that all the 140 plus MLAs from the Congress party are eligible to become the ministers and the Chief Minister because all of them have their own capabilities. CM Siddaramaiah, while taking the oath as Chief Minister 2.5 years ago, had mentioned that there will be a reshuffling after the first term, that is 2.5 years of the governance, after which all the MLAs tried to visit Delhi, and they wanted to convey the message to Mallikarjun Kharge demanding that they also should be made the ministers. And this is the reason as to why the MLAs visited Delhi, and it is their bound duty to place a request in front of the High Command, and there is no such issue with the Congress party in whole, and there should be no speculation from the media as well. He also mentions that BJP is trying to harm the image of Congress party by mentioning that there will be a leadership change. So we will have to see how AICC responds to the requests or the demands laid down in front of them of the leadership change. But it is sure that CM Siddaramaiah and people, the ministers who are supporting CM Siddaramaiah want Siddaramaiah to continue the entire term as the Chief Minister. However, MLAs and ministers in support of DK Shivakumar have already batted for DK Shivakumar to be elevated as the Chief Minister in the next couple of months. But it is the utmost importance at this point of time because there is a issue that is happening in Karnataka where all the MLAs and the ministers within the party know that there should be a cabinet reshuffle, and there are some fights happening between DCM DK Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah for the position of the next Chief Minister. Riyanka.
Thank you, Abhishek, for giving us the details. Let's once again listen in to that soundbite coming in from Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar.
Has expressed that he will go by the decision of the party high command. And he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. Hey, he is our leader. Hey, whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty. Being a ACC president, we have to respect her.
Moving on, viewers, tensions are brewing within the Karnataka Congress. Both Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar camps are holding meeting in Bengaluru and Delhi. While Siddaramaiah incites the High Command will decide the next move, D.K. Shivakumar's supporters are already pushing for a leadership change. Take a look at this report.
The state of Karnataka is witnessing a power tussle. The ruling Congress versus itself. And this tussle is heating up. Some Congress MLAs are backing Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, who has travelled to Delhi to press for his appointment as Chief Minister. Meanwhile, a group of MLAs loyal to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah held a dinner meeting in Bengaluru last night. Karnataka Ministers G. Parameshwara, Satish Jarkioli, H.C. Mahadevappa, K.H. Muniappa, Dinesh Gundurao and MLA K.N. Rajanna met for dinner and held talks. But when asked, the minister said it was a department discussion about Almaty Dam issue and nothing political.
We had a dinner at Satish Jarkioli's place. No political discussions happened. We just had dinner, and we also discussed about our departments because of the Almaty approval. It was also mentioned in the cabinet that all other departments have to tighten their belt, not to spend more money, so that the Almaty Dam has to be taken up. So that these kind of discussions, generally we had discussions. There was no specific political discussions happened.
Meanwhile, another speaking exclusively to Republic, Congress MLA Iqbal Hussain informed that about 8 to 10 MLAs will be flying to Delhi tomorrow to meet the High Command leaders. He expressed confidence that D.K. Shivakumar will become Chief Minister while also trusting Siddaramaiah to take the right decision at the appropriate time. While his aides were spotted in the capital trying to get him the Chief Minister position, D.K. Shivakumar was seen at his Bengaluru residence this morning. When asked, he tossed the question saying he was unaware of any such dinner.
I don't know what dinner, what is that, I don't know. I am not aware of the dinner. Dinner is going on. They wanted to make a new PCC president, 4 or 5 deputy CMs. All meetings are going on last 2.5 years. It is nothing new. Let them make more meetings.
And on speculations around the Chief Minister post in the state, D.K. Shivakumar's reaction was that there are many ministers in the party and everyone has the right to become the Chief Minister.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
D.K. Shivakumar will be meeting Mallikarjun Kharge tomorrow.
High Command ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಿಂದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಈಗಲೂ ಮಾತು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಬಜೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ಹೌದು,
ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ಬಜೆಟ್
ಯಾವುದು ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯ? ಹೌದು, ನಾನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀನಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ನು ನಾನೇ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾರು ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Is this simply political posturing, or will he fight to finish this time?
Breaking news coming in, viewers. In a major breakthrough in the Delhi blast probe, investigators said interrogation of arrested suspect has helped decode the wider terror conspiracy, revealing arms deals, foreign links and handler networks. According to the NIA, terror suspect Muzammil allegedly purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered from Adil's locker, while further questioning indicated that Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor and Umar by another handler, Hashim, with both reportedly working under a higher operative identified as Ibrahim. Several revelations now are coming into light with interrogation of these terror suspects currently underway, and we are given to understand a huge network of terror funding, as well as a lot of money is involved that was used to procure arms and explosives. And in the latest... All right, Chandrakala, my colleague, is joining us live for more details. Chandrakala, take us through these developments coming in and the new revelations that we are given to understand.
It's a major breakthrough, in fact, in the Delhi blast probe. Now, what investigators, of course, now we know that the three prime suspect of this entire terror module has been taken into custody by the NIA. Now, interrogation continues. Now, what the latest detail being put out by NIA is that, how they're able to decode this entire terror conspiracy, which is revealing that arms deal, foreign links and handler networks are very much in place. Now, what we are learning is that Muzammil allegedly purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh. A very, very important details, a very, very important part of the investigation is that how this entire terror conspiracy was so much planned in a very, very, planned in a manner that, very important details are now coming out. Now, this Muzammil, he purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered from Adil's locker, while further questioning indicated that Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor and Umar by a handler named Hashim, with both reportedly working under a higher operative identified as Ibrahim. Now, we know that for our viewers to understand, to decode this entire terror conspiracy, I would like to point out how this entire, this plan has been. Now, this AK-47 key deal and recovery, of course, Muzammil brought an AK-47 for rupees 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered from Adil's locker. Now, how this is linked to terrorist handlers? Now, we know that Muzammil's handler was Mansoor and Umar's handler was Hashim. Both were operating under a person named Ibrahim. So we can see that there is this entire module, this terror. Apart from the doctors, apart from the terror doctors, there were other individuals also involved. The terror handlers, of course, the foreign handlers for that matter. And in 2022, how Muzammil and Adil and Muzaffar went to Turkey on the instructions of Okasa. There was a plan to send them to Afghanistan. From there, after 5-6 days, the contact was supposed to meet refused and said that he could not send to Afghanistan. Now, what is Okasa's role here? Now, Okasa's relationship with what we are learning, of course, sources are revealing is that, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, he was contacted through Telegram ID. Muzammil asked him about his handler, and after that, their conversation stopped. Preparing to make a bomb. Umar used to read bomb blast videos and literature on the internet. Now, we have seen this chilling video being put out by Umar Nabi, Dr. Umar, the terror Dr. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, where he was justifying the very idea of suicide bombing. He calls it martyrdom operation. Now, we also know that, now what this, as this investigation is being deepening, what we are learning that Umar used to read bomb blast videos and literature on the internet. Explosives were procured from Nuh district, as we know that he was hiding in one of the rented house in Nuh district, secretly 10 days before the blast, while electronic components were sourced from Bhagirath Palace and NIT Market in Faridabad. So yes, Faridabad, Al-Falah University has been the very epicenter. Now that we know that at the university, Muzammil and Umar had a heated fight over money, which was witnessed by many people. Now we know that another angle that was being probed, very important here, is the Hawala network. Of course, how funded, how funds were being sent via Hawala network by Jaish-e-Mohammed handlers, and how there was a dispute between Dr. Umar Nabi and Dr. Shaheen over that amount, and how that particular amount was used to buy different fertilizers, including ammonium nitrate, and the car, of course. Now we know that it's a huge conspiracy, a very, very planned attack. The truth about the big battle in Al-Falah University is very much on focus now. So now what we're learning that at the university, Muzammil and Umar had a heated fight over money, which was witnessed by many people, in fact. After this fight, Umar gave his red EcoSports car to Muzammil. So as we know that 4 cars are involved. Of course, we know how the Hyundai i20, the EcoSports, and of course the Brezza. And there is another car, of course, as we are aware about these 4 cars, which has been recovered by the investigating team. Now, how they used to prepare explosives in deep freezer. Umar brought a deep freezer, in fact. It was storing chemicals and explosives. A chemical bomb was being prepared there also. Now, multiple locations are under the radar of the investigating agencies. Right from busting the Al-Falah, the huge Faridabad module, where a huge cache of ammonium nitrate and ammunition was recovered, and after the Red Fort blast, and of course after the Al-Falah University, where these terror doctors used to meet.
Because we're getting these visuals from Jammu, where another day today the bulldozer action is taking place against smugglers. A similar action was happening yesterday as well, and we got the reports from the ground. And we will also try and get our colleague to give us more updates as to how far the action's been reached today. As you can see from these visuals, the bulldozer action has once again resumed. It's a huge crackdown on smugglers, as several operations are already underway. We give you these details, exclusive footages first on Republic, as we continue to track this particular story very, very closely. Bulldozer action currently underway in Jammu. Once again today, the bulldozer action is taking place, and this is in terms of the crackdown on smugglers. Properties of narco smugglers are being razed in Jammu and Kashmir. The police is carrying out bulldozer action, demolishing illegal properties of the smugglers, of the drug smugglers, and illegal property of the drug peddlers are being demolished. These are the latest updates coming in. These efforts were done yesterday as well. Gursimran joins me for more updates. Gursimran, take us through the developments coming in. Once again, the bulldozer action has resumed.
See, this is in the Waziruchak area of the Bishna, where the crackdown is continuing. This is part of the drive that has been anti-encroachment drive by the Jammu and Kashmir administration along with the J&K police. Yesterday also we have seen that the hotspots of drugs and those establishments that have been built by the drug peddlers in the area of Sikandarpur in Bishna, that was razed to rubble by the authorities. And today morning, once again, these anti-encroachment drives have continued as the bulldozer action continues on those violators of the law, and also especially those who were involved in the drug trafficking. As you see, many of the at least 3 to 4 bulldozers have been pressed into the action by the authorities, and this is dismantling this entire area. What we are getting to know that the senior officials, including the ADC rank officials and the SP of the rural area, they are part of this drive. So huge consignment of the narcotics have been recovered time and again from these peddlers, but they were not resorting to changing their ways, to peddling their ways, and they were encroaching the government land and then then building the construction on the money that was minted from the sale of drugs. So now the crackdown has begun. Today morning, the contingent of the Jammu and Kashmir police, especially with the riot protection gears, they arrived at this very point, and it's been a couple of hours that the demolition drive is continuing. The remaining area that was left yesterday due to the administrative approvals that were pending, they are now being razed to rubble today by the authorities. And yesterday also we have seen that it was 130 canals in 3 khasra numbers that was razed to rubble, that was belonging to those involved in the trade of drugs. And today also we are witnessing same crackdown that is taking place in the Bishna area of Jammu.
That's right, Gursimran. We continue to stay on with these visuals, and we continue to give our viewers these updates coming in, because it is very, very important at this point in time how the authorities are taking all the efforts in place and building a very big crackdown. For how many days are we expecting the bulldozer action to take place, Gursimran?
Since this can also pose to a law and order situation, it has been divided into a phased manner. So what is being done, that the entire police of at least 2 to 3 zones, that is being transferred to a single area, and then these drives are carried out, because there lies a possibility, as in the past also it has happened, where we have seen that those whose houses are being demolished, those who have illegally encroached the government area, they resort to stone pelting and creating a law and order problem. And that's why it has been decided that it will be done in zone wise area also. The police जो पुलिस स्टेशन जो है, वहाँ पर पुलिस के जो अधिकारी हैं, एक ही पुलिस स्टेशन के अंतर्गत जो इलाका पड़ता है, उसमें ये जो पूरा डिमोलिशन ड्राइव है ये किया जाता है। आपको बता दें कि कल हमने देखा कि जिस तरह से जम्मू रूरल जोन में ये हुआ, जो कि हेडक्वार्टर जोन है, तो उसमें रूरल की पुलिस, उसके साथ साथ जम्मू साउथ की पुलिस और नॉर्थ की पुलिस ऑफिशियल जो हैं वो लगाए गए थे, क्योंकि भारी तादाद में पुलिस की तैनाती बेहद ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हो जाती है जब नशा तस्करों पर बड़ी कार्रवाई की जाती है। कल हमने देखा 130 कनाल जो है, जो नशा तस्करों ने सरकारी ज़मीन जो है वो अपने कब्जे में ली थी, उसे छुड़ाया गया, और आज एक बार फिर से लगातार जो है सरकार की तरफ से, जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन की तरफ से कार्रवाई जारी है। आने वाले दिनों में ये कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी, लेकिन इस कार्रवाई को जो है फेस्ड मैनर में रखा गया है, ताकि हर एरिया में किसी तरह की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो है कानून व्यवस्था की चुनौती ना हो, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी की कई घटनाएं तब सामने आई हैं जब पुलिस जो है इन लोगों के घरों पर, जो नशा तस्कर हैं उनके घरों पर कार्रवाई करने जाती है। यहाँ तस्वीरों में आप देखेंगे कुछ घरों को गिराया गया है, लेकिन कुछ घर ऐसे भी हैं जिन्हें बिल्कुल भी टच नहीं किया गया। वो वह घर हैं जो सरकारी ज़मीन पर ज़रूर है, लेकिन वो नशा तस्करी में शामिल नहीं थे। तो पुलिस एक पूरा संदेश देना चाहती है स्थानीय प्रशासन की कार्रवाई जो है नशा तस्करों पर होगी। जो बाकी लोग हैं उसके लिए सरकार की तरफ से जो है अलग अलग स्कीम्स के तहत घर बनाना और ज़मीन अलॉट जो है वो की गई है, लेकिन अगर सरकारी ज़मीन पर रहकर नशा तस्करी के पैसों से अपनी इमारतें और आलीशान मकान खड़ा करने की कोशिश करेंगे और वहाँ से नशे के पूरा जो है एक खेप चलाने की कोशिश करेंगे, तो उसको सरकार या पुलिस प्रशासन की तरफ से बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और इसी के चलते अब आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन का बड़ा क्रैकडाउन जो है इन नशा तस्करों पर जारी है। नशा तस्करों पर कार्रवाई का आज ये दूसरा दिन है। कल हमने देखा कि बड़े पैमाने पर जो है नशा तस्करों पर कार्रवाई की गई और आज एक बार फिर जो है बुलडोजर नशा तस्करों की बनाई इमारतों पर फिर रहा है और सरकारी जमीन जिन पर इन्होंने अवैध कब्जा कई सालों से कर रखा था उसे छुड़ाया जा रहा है। आने वाले दिनों में ये कार्रवाई और ज़्यादा तीव्र की जाएगी, खासतौर पर उन इलाकों में जो जम्मू कश्मीर के युवाओं के लिए मौत का गढ़ बन रहे हैं। नशा बेच कर जो है युवाओं को, जम्मू कश्मीर की जवानी को ख़त्म करने की कोशिश ये नशा तस्कर लगातार कर रहे हैं। और ये सिर्फ नशा तस्करी तक सीमित नहीं है, क्योंकि नशा तस्करी में जो पैसा निकलता है, जो पैसा ये लोग कमाते हैं, उसका शेयर पाकिस्तान में बैठे हैंडलर्स को जाता है, क्योंकि ये नशे की खेप लगातार सरहद के पार से आती है, चाहे वो पंजाब में आती हो या जम्मू कश्मीर से सटे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा या लाइन कंट्रोल में ड्रोन के जरिए। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़े इकोसिस्टम पर जो प्रहार की हम बात कर रहे थे वो लगातार यहाँ पर जारी है।
Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us the details on that story. And moving on, viewers, the Indian Navy has announced that the Navy Day 2025 operational demonstrations will be held on 3rd December in Thiruvananthapuram, where naval personnel and platforms will showcase the force's professionalism, precision and maritime strength, with preparations now underway at the sea for the large-scale display.
From the vast blue rises a force that defends, protects, and inspires. Precision in motion, power on display, seamless coordination across all domains. The Navy Day operational demonstration Now on 3rd December 2025 at Thiruvananthapuram. Witness the might. Feel the pride. Experience the action. Navy Day 2025.
We slip into a short commercial break, viewers, but coming up on the other side, a 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international.
Hi, I'm Diksha Rani from India's capital, India, and I'm excited to be a part of the India Economic Summit being hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025, being held at the Republic headquarters at Noida, and I hope to see you all at the summit.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and I'll be getting you the biggest news stories from India and across the world, including the big story that we are tracking from where is another student has committed suicide in our country. I'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines. Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab terror. Doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of lab. More details emerge in the 10/11 conspiracy. Terrorist Muzammil confesses hatching the Delhi blast through self-funding. Delhi Police Crime Branch busts international arms racket. 4 accused arrested. 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites a harassment by school teachers. Speculation over possible reshuffle in Karnataka cabinet continues. DK Shiv Kumar maintains decision to be taken by party high command. Ukrainian President Zelensky makes a huge statement, says Ukraine risks loss of key partner as it figures out how to respond to US peace deal. And the G-20 summit is set to commence in South Africa today. Prime Minister Modi expected to speak across all the 3 main sessions. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. A second-year nursing student has committed suicide at a private college in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor. The student jumped from a 3rd floor of the hostel. The victim was seriously injured. She was rushed to the hospital but passed away while receiving treatment. Now, parents say that harassment by the 2 lecturers is the reason for their child's death. So, students' suicide is continuing in our country. First, it was Delhi's St. Columbus School where a student committed suicide. Then there was another student who committed suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna. And now we have another student suicide, second-year nursing student committing suicide at a private college in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor. She jumped from the 3rd floor of the hostel and she was rushed to the hospital, but she passed away while receiving treatment. Now, parents are alleging harassment by the 2 lecturers. Aishwarya, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us?
What we are learning is that the student, she jumped from the 4th floor of the building because she was apparently harassed, apparently scolded in front of her student. She was treated badly in front of her fellow students, leading to several mental tensions that she had to face, and that led to her taking this extreme step into jumping from the 4th floor. This is what we're learning. While she said that these 2 lecturers the parents are also claiming that these two lecturers in the college were mistreating her, and they were treating her badly. They were abusing her in front of her fellow colleague, which actually affected her mental health, which led to her death. But the parents are asking for answer for justice for her child. But on the other hand, what the college authorities are claiming is that she was not regular with the classes or not regular with her assignments, and that is why they were scolding her, because she was not attending the classes regularly. However, the police have reached the spot and are trying to investigate both the versions of the story and try to understand the actual reason behind the suicide, where on one side the college management is claiming that she was not regular with her classes, and that is why they were schooling her, and but she took it in the wrong way, while the parents of the student is claiming that she was treated badly, which affected her mental health. These are the two versions that are coming out in this suicide, and the police are investigating. But it is on the other side, we have to see that this is the third suicide in the past 2-3 weeks, and the increasing suicides of students especially in Andhra Pradesh is something that the government should look at, because these suicides are increasing day by day, with maybe because of personal reasons, because of the college authority management issues, but increasing student suicide is something that the government should look into, because these are exponentially increasing in the coming past weeks.
Absolutely. So first it was Delhi, St. Columba School, then Jalna in Maharashtra, and now in Andhra Pradesh, another suicide by a student alleging a harassment by the lecturers. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those updates there.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The administration in insurgency-hit Dantewada district of Chhattisgarh run a Youth Hub campaign to support young aspiring entrepreneurs. Through Youth Hub, professional help and assistance in developing business ideas were provided to the youth interested in entrepreneurship. J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited the border village Jangir of Naushera subdivision and laid the foundation stone for the construction of new houses for families affected due to recent natural calamities and unprovoked Pakistani shelling during Operation Sindoor. Today, the foundation stone was laid for the construction of 388 houses in Rajouri. The houses will be completed in 6 months. Security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside the Indian territory near the Samba sector of the Indo-Pakistan border. Officials say that the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be small, remotely piloted vehicle. All right, our viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. In a major breakthrough in the Delhi blast probe, investigators say that the interrogation of the arrested suspects has helped decode the wider terror conspiracy, revealing arms deals, foreign links and handler networks. According to the NIA, Muzammil allegedly purchased an AK-47 rifle, and that too for 6.5 lakh rupees, which was later recovered from Adil's locker. While further questioning indicated that Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor and Umar by another handler called Hashim, with both reportedly working under a higher operative identified as Ibrahim. So more details emerging in the Delhi blast case. Investigators are now informing that the interrogation of the arrested suspects has helped decode a wider terror conspiracy angle, and this reveals arms deals, foreign links as well as handler networks. So what NIA says is that Muzammil purchased an AK-47 rifle for 6.5 lakh rupees, which was later recovered from Adil's locker. Let's get all the updates now. Chandrakala is now joining us for more details. Chandrakala, what more can you tell us about what more has the NIA revealed as far as the Delhi blast probe is concerned, especially the wider terror conspiracy angle, the arms deal angle, and the foreign links? Chandrakala, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, if you could just take us through the new details that have emerged in the Delhi blast probe, especially when we talk about the arms deal and foreign links.
Yes, in fact, huge revelation by the NIA now. Of course, now we know that the three prime suspects are under the custody of the National Investigating Agency. Now, what NIA is revealing that after the interrogation of the suspects, they are now able to decode this entire terror conspiracy. Now, what we're learning is that arms deals, foreign links, and handler networks are very much a part of this entire terror module. You know, now the fact that what NIA is revealing is Muzammil, Dr. Muzammil, terror Dr. Muzammil allegedly purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakhs, and which was actually recovered from, from Adil's locker. Now, while further questioning has also indicated that Muzammil was being directed by a handler. So there are two handlers also involved in this entire terror conspiracy. So, Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor, and Umar by the Umar Nabi, Dr. Umar Nabi, by another handler named Hashim, which both reportedly again was working under a higher operative identified as Ibrahim. So for our viewers to understand this entire terror conspiracy which has been decoded by the National Investigating Agency now, is that, how this AK-47 key deal and recovery has come to the fore. Muzammil bought an AK-47 for rupees 6.5 lakhs, which was later recovered from Adil's locker. Now, there are also terrorist handlers involved in this. Now, Muzammil's handler was Mansoor, Umar's handler was Hashim. Both were operating under a person named Ibrahim. Now, the fact that in 2022, Muzammil and Adil has also visited Turkey on the instruction of Okasa. Now, there was also a plan to send them to Afghanistan, but that could not happen. So after 5-6 days, of course, there were certain, refusal, and then they could not send them to Afghanistan. Now, what is Okasa's role in Afghanistan? Okasa's relationship with the TTP, that's Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. He was again contacted through Telegram ID. Muzammil asked him about his handler. So as I have already mentioned that there are two foreign handlers involved here. Now Muzammil asked him about his handler, and after that their conversation stopped. There was this entire conversation of preparing how to make a bomb. Now we know that Dr. Umar Nabi has put out a very, very chilling video just before the blast where he actually is justifying the very idea of suicide bombing. Right. I was also actually watching several such videos linked to making bombs and how bomb blast videos and literature on the internet. How explosives he was also producing explosives from Nu. Now Nu is one such place where Dr. Umar Nabi was hiding for at least a week, more than a week before the blast happened. So it's a secret place. He went to the secret place, as we have known. Now the fact that all these doctors, they have also misused the properties of Al-Falah University. Earlier today, we have also reported how the chemical, the lab of university was misused by these doctors, how they actually carried.
In fact, Chandrakala, stay with us. So let us give more details as far as 10/11 conspiracy probe is concerned, because we need to tell our viewers that the probe into the blast has now revealed that a total of 26 lakh rupees was allegedly, pooled through self-funding with contributions of 5 lakh rupees from Muzammil, 8 lakh rupees from Adil Ahmed, and 6 lakh rupees from Muzaffar Ahmed, 2 lakh rupees from Umar, and 5 lakh rupees from Shahina Shahid, after which the entire amount was reportedly handed over to Umar. Officials are further claiming that Muzammil was tasked with procuring ammonium nitrate and urea for this entire operations. Let's go back to Chandrakala. Chandrakala, now what we are seeing this pattern that these terror doctors, chose to pool in funds, and that too in cash rather than using any banking transactions, clearly to evade any suspicion there. What more can you tell us?
Yes, in fact, it's very interesting to watch that how efficiently these terror doctors, in fact, radicalized doctors, have carried out this attack in the national capital. It's very interesting to see that how 26 lakh rupees was revealed, was self-funded by them. Now, we understand that Dr. Muzammil had given 5 lakh rupees. Now, Dr. Adil Ahmad Rather gave 8 lakh rupees. Dr. Muzaffar gave 6 lakh rupees. Dr. Umar 2 lakh rupees, and Dr. Shahina who had given 5 lakh rupees. A total of 26 lakh rupees were self-funded, and they carried out this conspiracy. They have, this particular amount was completely in cash, was collected and handed over to Umar. The Umar Nabi, that's the suicide bomber, the very prime suspect of the blast. Now, the responsibility of purchasing, it's very important for our viewers to understand how this entire this attack was being divided, the responsibility they divided among themselves. Now, the responsibility of purchasing ammonium nitrate and urea was given to Muzammil, Dr. Muzammil. Muzammil brought NPK fertilizer for 3 lakh rupees. The responsibility of converting this fertilizer into an explosive was given to Dr. Umar Nami, that's Umar Muhammad Nami. Now, Umar was also given the responsibility to arrange chemicals, remote controls and devices for the explosion. Now, Dr. Muzammil also confessed before the investigating agencies. What we are learning is that in 2023, a conspiracy was hatched to carry out blasts in Delhi and several other cities. So this is something they have been planning from last 2 years. So for the last 2 years, they had been arranging explosive for the blast. For the past 2 years, they had been gathering explosives, remotes, and other devices. So yes, we can see this entire, how these are like educated doctors. They have studied to qualify as a doctor, yet they are so radicalized, they have this radicalized mindset that they have been carrying out this entire module so efficiently.
Absolutely.
As we know that Dr. Umar Nabi, before the blast happened, had completely, stayed out of the university life. He has gone, he was completely out of the university life. And there are several other doctors whom he has actually brainwashed and radicalized. And we also know that Dr. Shahina, who has taken accountability of creating human bombs and using divorced women and Muslim girls to carry out this entire terror conspiracy. Something which is very, very
stay
concerning.
With us. We are looking at another important angle also, because investigators who are probing the Al-Falah case have now uncovered that the accused doctors, Muzammil, Omar, Shaheen, all these doctors misuse their positions in the university by removing the chemicals and lab materials under the pretext of teaching and preparing students' projects. So this is what they were doing, and a review of the laboratory found discrepancies in records with the glassware, ammonium nitrate, chemical testing kits, other equipment missing without any official entries. And officials say that the materials were taken out of campus covertly in small quantities. They were carried in bags and in vehicle trunks. Chandrakala, if I could come back to you. Of course, these fresh revelations are really exposing a highly organized and a multi-layered, terror network behind the Delhi blast. If we talk about the very fact that these chemicals and these laboratory equipment were moved out of the laboratory, it is very, very surprising. How could such quantities of these chemicals be removed from the laboratory without the, Al-Falah University authority is getting to know of it? Or the big question, were they turning a blind eye to it?
Well, in fact, interesting question. Yes, something happening in the vicinity of the university that the students and these doctors who are actually teaching there in the university has misused their very position of being doctors, terror doctors, in fact. Now, it's a huge revelation as far as this probe is concerned. In fact, when the several chemical kits and lab equipment were found missing, and no entry was made before they were taken out of the lab. Now, the fact that the properties of the university were being misused by these very doctors who were very much a part of this university, and the authority was not aware about this, is something really, really fishy. Because as you have already mentioned, they might have turned blind eye, because we know that Al-Falah University is a very place where all these terrorists used to meet, discuss. We have seen how on 29th October, the very car involved in the Red Fort blast entered the university, came out of the university at around 2:41 p.m. on 30th October by Dr. Omar Nabi. How these explosives were were hidden here in the university. Now what we are learning, that the laboratory in the university were being misused by these doctors. Different chemicals and lab kits for testing with ammonium nitrate were missing from the lab. Now, we know that huge cache of ammonium nitrate was busted in the Faridabad before the blast happened. So yes, you have to understand this very link, how the Al-Falah University was actually used by these terror doctors to carry out this entire conspiracy, yet the authority was unaware of it. A very, very concerning factor, because it's a university, and the Al-Falah group, which is running this university, there are other colleges under this university, which is under the radar. Now, this entire revelation shows a very chilling details. When the items were compared with the lab records, glassware, ammonium nitrate, and some chemical testing kits did not match the records. Now, how they were being taken out of the university, the NIs questioning the arrested terrorists about these chemicals also, including who decided which chemical was to be used. So, they have taken advantage of the fact that they were also specialized on this. They were very much specialized, being doctors. So how they, they divided among themselves that who would be taking what chemicals, who will be taking,
So absolutely, what it really points out a very highly organized, multi-layered transactional terror network that was behind the 10th of November Delhi blast. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for giving us all those updates there. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. In a major accident in Ambernath on Friday evening, 4 people lost their lives and 4 others were injured after a car jumped a bridge divider and rammed into around 5 oncoming vehicles. Now, police suspect that the driver may have suffered a heart attack. Take a look.
A tragic accident in Ambernath on Friday night claimed 4 lives and left 4 others injured after a car crashed into several oncoming vehicles on a bridge. As per the police, the car driver suffered a suspected heart attack while his foot remained stuck on the accelerator, causing the car to jump the divider and strike 5 vehicles. The deceased included the driver of the car and 3 men riding the bikes. One of the deceased fell off from the flyover due to the impact of the collision. When the car was proceeding at a high speed along the Ambernath flyover, the driver lost control, causing it to veer into the opposite lane and collide head-on with multiple bikes. The passenger, who was strapped inside the mangled vehicle until local residents broke open the car's windshield to rescue her. She sustained injuries on her hand and is currently undergoing treatment at a local hospital.
And viewers, the Indian Navy has announced that the Navy Day 2025 operational demonstration will take place on 3rd of December in Thiruvananthapuram. Naval personnel and platforms will showcase the force's professionalism, precision and maritime strength, with large-scale preparations already underway at sea. Take a look.
From the vast blue rises a force that defends, protects, and inspires. Precision in motion, power on display, seamless coordination across all domains. The Navy Day operational demonstration, now on 3rd December 2025 at Thiruvananthapuram. Witness the might. Feel the pride. Experience the action. Navy Day 2025.
Viewers, we're taking a short break, and coming up ahead is the big story from Karnataka, where speculation over a possible reshuffle in the cabinet continues. DK Shivakumar maintains that the decision will be taken by the party high command. That big story and much more is coming up after a short break. Viewers, stay with us.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent...
Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of the lab. More details emerge in the 10/11 conspiracy. Terrorist Muzammil confesses hatching the Delhi blast through self-funding. Delhi Police Crime Branch busts international arms racket. 4 accused arrested. A 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites a harassment by school teachers. Speculation over possible reshuffle in Karnataka cabinet continues. DK Shivkumar maintains decision to be taken by party high command. Ukrainian President Zelensky makes a huge statement, says Ukraine risks loss of key partner as it figures out how to respond to US peace deal. And the G-20 summit is set to commence in South Africa today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to speak across all 3 main sessions. We have big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Chief Minister change buzz has intensified in the state. More Congress MLAs reach Chief Minister Siddaramaia's residence. Minister Yogeshwar was seen with the DK Shivakumar yesterday, and today he is meeting with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. So the power tussle in Karnataka, the Congress Karnataka troubles continues. Power tussle between Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Shiv Kumar over the post has reignited. Let's listen in.
Has expressed that he will go by the decision of the party high command, and he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. He is our leader, I say. Whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We'll meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty of being a ACC president. You have to respect that.
All right, Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us live for more details. Abhishek, this power tussle, it seems, is continuing for so long now. 2.5 years into the power, and there is constantly talk about power tussle, the leadership change, as the cabinet reshuffle is going to happen. What more can you tell us? What is happening there?
Well, with respect to the latest developments with respect to the Karnataka politics, it was started by K.N. Rajana, the former minister, who is not a minister now because of the statements he made. He very clearly mentioned that there will be a revolutionary thing happening in Karnataka politics and in the government in the month of November, mentioning that there might be a specific change in the post of various other ministers and there might be reclassification and reshuffling of the entire cabinet. At this hour, we have seen various other MLAs who belong to the Vokalika community reached out to Delhi to have a conversation with Mallikarjuna Kharge, the AICC president, to reiterate in fact the importance and the fact as to why DCM DK Shivkumar has to be elevated to the position of chief minister, and if not, what might be the problem to 2028 Karnataka elections. On the other hand, after this development, CM's closest aides, be it Satish Jarkioli, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, the entire cabinet of ministers who are in support of CM Siddaramaiah met at Satish Jarkioli's residence over dinner, and they discuss about their next political move as to how to continue CM Siddaramaiah for the next 2.5 years as well. And the next development is that some of the MLAs have visited DCM DK Shivkumar the previous night, and the same MLAs are about to meet CM Siddaramaiah as well to see if they can secure a place in the Karnataka cabinet if there is going to be a reshuffle happening in the next couple of days. And it is very clear indication that there are not only two teams, there might be some other people who are willing to play on both the sides to make sure that they secure a place in the Karnataka cabinet. However, AICC Chief Mallikarjuna Kharge will have to comment, Randeep Singh Surjewala will have to comment, KC Venugopal will have to comment if there is going to be a reshuffle in the Karnataka cabinet, or will CM Siddaramaiah continue for the next 2.5 years as the chief minister. DCM DK Shivkumar has very clearly mentioned that CM Siddaramaiah is his leader and he will continue with the leadership, and if at all there is a power tussle, it is going to be mentioned and ordered by the AICC High Command, and until then there is no need to speculate about the power sharing is what DCM DK Shivkumar has told. However, the insights and the inside information of the Karnataka state politics is not as per the statements given by the Congress leaders, but there are chances of the entire cabinet being reshuffled in the next couple of months, and there are various other people, MLAs, who are trying to grab a position in the cabinet by visiting the High Command, by visiting Siddaramaiah and by visiting DK Shivkumar as of now. Priyanka.
Okay, Abhishek, thank you for giving us the details. So with that, let's shift our focus now, viewers, to more news and updates. If you're tracking on Republic, India steps up at the 2025 G-20 Johannesburg summit as the US opts out of official participation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads India's strong presence, highlighting the Global South's priorities on inclusive growth, climate resilience and global governance reform. While US President Donald Trump decided not to send officials, India's commitment signals a shift in global diplomacy, with India taking a central role.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will be visiting Johannesburg, South Africa from 21st to 23rd of November to attend the G20 Leaders Summit.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa.
It's the world's premier gathering of global leaders, but one major player is missing. While the US has indicated that it might pull out, India is heading in, signaling a shift in who holds the table in global diplomacy. On 7th November, the US announced that no government official would attend the 2025 G20 Johannesburg summit, scheduled for 22nd to 23rd November in South Africa. Trump has accused South Africa of racial discrimination against the minority white Afrikaner community, which governed during apartheid until 1994.
We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No.
However, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa announced that the US has changed its stance on attending the G20 summit in Johannesburg, though it remains unclear if Donald Trump, who had declared a boycott, now plans to participate.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form, or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing. This comes really at the late hour before the summit begins.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has embarked on a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the first G20 summit in Johannesburg. In a social media post, Modi said, "This is a particularly special summit. India's commitment was reaffirmed in a special MEA briefing on 20th November, emphasizing that the G20 remains a vital platform and India will engage fully."
As you are aware, the G20 has emerged as a premium forum for international economic cooperation, as well as for discussing matters of global significance. The G20 provides an excellent opportunity for the leaders of these large economies and emerging economies, representing over 85% of global GDP and around 3/4 of the world population, to come together and discuss important issues impacting the world.
With the US absent, India and other global South powers aim to carry the summit. The Johannesburg agenda, inclusive growth, climate resilience, critical minerals, mirrors India's own G20 legacy and ambitions. However, will the absence of US officials impact the event's significance and outcomes?
So, even though the USA will not be present at the table, as has been stated by President Trump, the G20 has been established as a powerful global force. It's not dependent any longer on any one country. So the G20 has become, I would say, it's too big to fail. It has its own energy, and it's a force that we all believe in as a platform. And at the present time, we need this platform because it's a staircase between the global North and South. And given the challenges we have within the United Nations system and within the multilateral domain as a whole, the G20 becomes even increasingly relevant in being the vehicle that can adequately and collectively address the challenges.
A G20 without America, but with India present, the message is clear. When one power steps aside, another steps forward. How India uses this moment could reshape its standing and the G20's direction for years to come.
And moving on, we have some breaking news coming in. NCMEI issues show cause notice to Al Fallah University over its minority status. News coming in, the National Commission for Minority Education Institutions has issued a show cause notice to Al Fallah University, asking why its minority status should not be withdrawn in light of linkages to the Delhi blast case. News coming in from sources, the Al Fallah University in Faridabad made the headlines after terror Dr. Umar Nabi was driving the car with explosive which blowed near the Red Fort on November 10 and accused terror Dr. Muzammil worked at the university. 15 people were killed in the blast, remember, while several others were left injured. The NCMEI told that they issued the notice and the matter has been scheduled for a hearing on December 4. The notice has also been issued to the university registrar as well as the principal secretary. Chandrakala, my colleague, joins us to give us more details. Chandrakala, several updates coming in, and now the NCMEI has issued a notice to Al Fallah. Give us the details as to what exactly this notice says.
We have seen that the National Commission for Minority Educational Institution has now issued a show cause notice to Al-Falah University asking why its minority status should not be withdrawn in the light of linkages to the Delhi blast. Now, this is very important to understand because we know that these doctors are basically terror doctors who were a very part of the Al-Falah University, has worked in this university. 15 people were killed in the Red Fort blast. Now, the fact that this particular show cause notice being issued to the Al-Falah University, of course, the matter has been scheduled for hearing on December 4. Now, this notice has been issued to the principal, of course, the university registrar, as well as the principal secretary to the Education Department in Haryana to submit the report. Now, for viewers to understand the very, the idea of giving minority status is that, Article 31 of the Constitution of India provides for linguistic and religious minorities a fundamental right to establish and administer educational institution for their choice. Now, the show cause notice has been issued by NCMEI on this matter, especially on the Red Fort blast, because Al-Falah University has been the very epicenter. Now, we know that Al-Falah University has been also accused of false claims regarding its NAAC accreditation as well as recognition by the UGC, which has come under the scanner. Now, the ED has been conducting different, searches in different premises related to the Al-Falah group. Earlier today, of course, the Faridabad police has conducted a thorough search operation in and around Al-Falah University, of course, in the Dhauj village we have seen. So yes, very important development as far as the show cause notice are concerned regarding minority status. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Thank you for giving us the details on that story. With that, viewers, we continue to bring you all the updates that come in terms of the Al-Falah University. But for now, we shift our focus. The security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside Indian territory near the Samba sector of India-Pakistan border. Security forces have heightened their vigilance following the detection of a suspected Pakistani drone inside Indian airspace near the Samba sector of the India-Pakistan border. The drone was observed in the Regal area, hovering for about 2-3 minutes before turning back towards Pakistan. Officials say the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be a small, remotely piloted vehicle. The Border Security Force and the Special Operations Group have launched a thorough search of the area to confirm whether any narcotics or weapons were dropped. Meanwhile, suspected drones from Pakistan has been sighted regularly, but the BSF continues to be alert and maintain constant vigil. The search operation was underway as per officials, adding that security has been heightened in adjoining villages as a precautionary measure. And moving on, viewers, the Indian Army has shared glimpses of its ongoing nation-building efforts, highlighting a wide range of initiatives that go beyond conventional military duties. For the Army, it is always nation first, no compromise. Moving on, the Indian Navy has announced that the Navy Day 2025 operational demonstration will take place on 3rd of December in Thiruvananthapuram, and the naval personnel and platforms will showcase the force's professionalism, precision and the maritime strength, with large-scale preparations already underway at sea.
From the vast blue rises a force that defends, protects, and inspires. Precision in motion, power on display, seamless coordination across all domains. The Navy Day operational demonstration, now on 3rd December 2025 at Thiruvananthapuram. Witness the might, feel the pride, experience the action. Navy Day 2025. From the vast blue rises a force that defends, protects, and inspires. Precision in motion, power on display, seamless coordination across all domains. The Navy Day operational demonstration, now on 3rd December 2025 at Thiruvananthapuram. Witness the might. Feel the pride. Experience the action. Navy Day 2025.
And viewers, with that, it's time we dip into a short commercial break, but we get you more details coming up on the other side after the break. As Delhi police have busted an arms racket, an international arms racket. 4 accused have been arrested, and the Delhi police press briefing on this shortly.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting $38.5 billion in machinery and chemicals, while importing $33.8 billion in semiconductors and components. Any blockage could cripple Japan's economy, which relies on Taiwan for over 60% of its advanced chip supply. Additionally, Japan hosts about 54,000 U.S. troops across bases in Okinawa and elsewhere, positions that could draw fire in a crisis. Japan's post-World War II constitution restricts its self-defense forces to defensive roles, but 2015 legal reforms allow collective self-defense aid to allies under severe threats. Historical friction lingers from Japan's 1937 to 1945 occupation of Chinese territory, which caused an estimated 20 million Chinese deaths, though economic ties, totaling $317 billion in 2024, have fostered cautious cooperation. Taiwan produces 92% of the world's most advanced semiconductors, powering everything from smartphones to electric vehicles. Disruptions could add $1 trillion to global costs in the first year, per think tank estimates. A wider conflict might activate alliances like the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, pulling in forces from Australia and beyond. For those affected, it means anxiety for 1.5 million Taiwanese with mainland relatives, supply chain halts for workers in Tokyo and Shanghai, and heightened alerts for troops. China prioritizes its sovereignty claims as its influence expands, Japan safeguards its peace and prosperity, and Taiwan upholds its democratic system. With words now carrying the weight of potential action, sustained dialogue offers the best path to stability in this interconnected region.
So in the past...
Hi, I'm Redhan Desai, Morgan Stanley India's Managing Director, and I'm looking forward to being at the India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business at their headquarters in Noida on November 28, 2025.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We will be bringing you all the details as we are covering the massive suicide incidents that the students are undertaking, and latest coming in from Andhra Pradesh, where a second-year nursing student committed suicide from the hostel, third floor of the hostel, and has unfortunately passed away. We get you the updates, but first up the headlines. Major revelations from investigation into Alfala University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of lab. More details emerge in the 10/11 conspiracy. Terrorist Muzammil confesses the module hatched the Delhi blast through self-funding. Delhi Police Crime Branch busts international arms racket, 4 accused arrested. 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers. Speculation over possible reshuffle in Karnataka cabinet continues. DK Shivkumar maintains decision to be taken by High Command. Ukrainian President Zelensky makes a huge statement, says Ukraine risks loss of key partner as they figure how to respond to US peace deal. The G-20 summit set to commence in South Africa today. Prime Minister Modi expected to speak across all the 3 main sessions. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Second-year nursing student has committed suicide at a private college in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor. The student jumped from the 3rd floor of the hostel and the victim was seriously injured. Rushed to the hospital but passed away while receiving treatment. Parents have now alleged harassment by 2 of her lecturers as to be the main reason of the child's death. The horrific video has also come to light. The CCTV footage of the moment the second-year nursing student committed suicide. In the last 24 hours, viewers, this is the 3rd such case that we are reporting. And earlier it was the Delhi student who had committed suicide. And today morning it was from Jalna as well. And the latest now coming in from Chittoor in Andhra Pradesh. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us to give us updates. Aishwarya, several such cases, we are reporting and giving details to our viewers. But it is very, very surprising and tragic in nature to see how these children are forced and pushed to take their lives, especially the latest one which we are covering from Chittoor. Give us the details.
So coming as with respect to details in this particular case, what we're learning is that this the student jumped from the 4th building. She used to stay in the hostel in this nursing college, and she alleged that 2 of her lecturers were mistreating her in front of fellow students, which really put her in a very bad mental state because she was feeling embarrassed. She was feeling mistreated in front of her fellow colleagues, where she was being mistreated. She was abused. She was called out, and what she claimed, what her parents claimed, is that she was being ill-treated by 2 of her lecturers. That led to her taking the extreme step of jumping from the 4th floor of her building. But on the other hand, what the lecturers are claiming is that they were just fooling Pallavi because she was not very regular with her classes, not very regular with her assignments, and that is the reason they were fooling her. And that did not go well with her. She could not take it, and she is allegedly putting the blame on the lecturers who were just trying to fool her. The police have registered a case and trying to investigate in both the perspectives. But what these parents are claiming is that she was being targeted by the 2 lecturers. So the investigation is taking place in all the possible angles. They are talking to the friends of the victim. They are talking to the parents. They are talking to the college management as well. And we have to wait until the final judgment. The exact reason behind the suicide. But what is more alarming is the increasing rate of suicide of students in the colleges, be it for personal reasons, or be it because of the college management, or because of the stress that they are not able to take it. But this alarming rise in the increasing suicides among students across India is what should be the concern by the government also, because they need to regularize. They should bring some policies, or should actually take up with the college management to reduce the stress, or be it ragging, or be it the stress, or be it personal reasons. But the increasing number of suicides by the students is very alarming.
That's right. Thank you for giving us the details, Aishwarya. We now shift our focus to more developments coming in. Another 13-year-old girl has died by suicide at Jalna school. Parents are alleging teacher harassment. The incident has emerged from Maharashtra's Jalna, where a 13-year-old class 8 student died by suicide after jumping from the 3rd floor of her school on Thursday morning. The student, identified as Arohi, reportedly arrived at school as usual, and according to sources, the morning prayer had concluded and the students were dispersing to the classroom when she suddenly leapt from the gallery outside her 3rd floor classroom around 8 a.m. The teachers who witnessed the incident rushed her to the nearby private hospital, but she was declared dead. Listen to these reactions coming in from the kin of the victim.
मुझे स्कूल में से फ़ोन आया था कि बच्चे का आपका ऐसा कर लिए। मैं स्कूल में गया तो मुझे स्कूल में बच्ची मिली नहीं, दीपक हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए थे उसको। दीपक हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए तो डॉक्टर ने बोला थोड़े कम चांसेस है, एक सिविल में ले जाओ। मैं फिर यहाँ पे लेके आया तो यहाँ आने के बाद में बच्चे का डेट बोलती। मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं है, और सीटीएम के स्कूल में जो सर लोग आए उनका कुछ टॉर्चर होगा, बच्चे ना इसलिए कुछ कर रही होंगे।
एक 13 साल की बच्ची है जो 8वीं कक्षा में पढ़ती थी सीटीएम के स्कूल जालना। उसका नाम है आरोही दीपक बिडलान, उम्र 13 साल, रहनार मस्तगढ़, यहाँ की वो निवासी है। उसने किसी कारणवश स्कूल के 3रे मंजिल से कूदकर आत्महत्या कर ली है। तो उसका अभी एडी दाखिल करना चालू है और उसकी जो भी कारण है उसकी तय तक जाने के लिए हम तपास कर रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं।
बच्ची के पिताजी ने आरोप किया है कि स्कूल प्रशासन के दबाव के कारण और स्कूल प्रशासन के बारंबार त्रास दिल्यामुळे तुम्ही आत्महत्या की है।
ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। अभी जो भी उनका स्टेटमेंट वो लिया जाएगा और उसके हिसाब से हम इन्वेस्टिगेट करेंगे। अब जो भी दोषी होंगे उसके तहत होंगे।
स्कूल का नाम क्या है और बच्ची का नाम?
सीटीएम के स्कूल है, ये जालना स्थित है और बच्ची का नाम है आरोही दीपक रिडलान, उम्र 13 साल, रेसिडेंट ऑफ मस्तगढ़ जालना।
My colleague Satyaprakash is also joining us to give us more details in this particular suicide case. Satyaprakash, एक और ट्रैजिक इंसिडेंट जो कि हम रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं इस वक्त जालना से, जहां पे एक 13 साल की बच्ची ने सुसाइड कमिट कर लिया है और ये बताया जा रहा है एलिजिडली कि टीचर्स हरासमेंट की वजह से उसने ये बड़ा कदम उठाया कि अपनी जान ले ले। इस पे और क्या जानकारी आ रही है और पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुंची है?
देखिए रियंका, जिस तरह से जालना में घटना हुई, बहुत दुखद घटना हुई और जिस तरह से 13 साल की बच्ची ने सुसाइड किया, जो स्कूल के छत पे जाकर छलांग लगा लिया, और जो बताया जा रहा है, जो परिवार वालों द्वारा आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं कि आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि ये जो है सुसाइड इसलिए किया है कि क्योंकि जो टीचर है, टीचर के दबाव दे रहे थे और दबाव की वजह से कहीं न कहीं जो छात्रा है उसने सुसाइड किया है। लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस कहना है कि हमारे एंगल से जांच कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से परिवार वालों ने आरोप लगाया है कि जो छात्रा है और छात्रा ने इसलिए सुसाइड किया है क्योंकि लगातार जो टीचर थे, टीचर दबाव दे रहे थे, हरासमेंट कर रहे थे, लगातार वो काफ़ी दबाव में दिख रही थी घर पर, और इसी वजह से कहीं स्कूल के जो छत है, छत पर जाकर वहाँ से कूद कर सुसाइड किया है। फिलहाल पुलिस कई लोग का बयान दर्ज कर ली है और साथ ही जो टीचर है, टीचरों को भी बयान दर्ज करके मामले के आगे की जांच कर रही है। रियंका
जी, सत्यप्रकाश, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग अस द डिटेल्स। विद दैट व्यूअर्स, वी नाउ शिफ्ट अप फोकस एंड गेट यू सम मोर न्यूज एंड अपडेट्स कमिंग इन फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द नेशन इन 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The administration in insurgency hit Dantewara district of Chhattisgarh runs a Youth Hub campaign to support young aspiring entrepreneurs. Through Youth Hub, professional help and assistance in developing business ideas are provided to the youths interested in entrepreneurship. LG Manoj Sinha visited the border village Jhangir of Naushera subdivision and laid the foundation stone for construction of new houses for families affected due to recent natural calamities and unprovoked Pakistani shelling during Operation Sindoor. Today, the foundation stone was laid for the construction of 388 houses in Rajouri. The houses will be completed in the upcoming 6 months. Security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside Indian territory near the Samba sector of India-Pakistan border. Officials say the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be a small, remotely piloted vehicle. Moving on. Chief Minister change buzz is intensifying in Karnataka and more Congress MLAs are reaching Chief Minister Siddaramaya's residence. Breaking news coming in, Minister Yogeshwar was seen with D.K. Shivakumar yesterday and today he's meeting Siddaramaya. We have those updates. Coming in as the power tussle in Karnataka continues to take place and Chief Minister change in the state can be expected soon. That is as per the details coming in. We have to wait and see what happens next given the developments coming in and the reaction from D.K. Shivakumar. We'll also play that out.
As expressed that you will go by the decision of the party high command, and he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. He is our leader. He said, whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty. Being a ACC president, we have to give respect.
My colleague Abhishek continues to give us the details from the national capital. Abhishek, several of these MLAs camping in New Delhi and you're also reporting from the ground and giving us the updates. What do we have in terms of several of these MLAs coming to the national capital and camping the side of the D.K. Shivakumar and one of them also going back and visiting Siddaramaya. So what exactly is happening? What is on the cards?
Well, they mentioned the factual reason. The reason they mentioned to the media is that they wanted to visit the national capital for their departmental work. However, the version is completely different when it comes to the politics because all these MLAs who belong to the Community Worker Liga, which is represented by D.K. Shivakumar from the Congress party, they are batting for elevation of D.K. Shivakumar to the position of Chief Minister. All these MLAs who visited Delhi day before yesterday had met Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC president, the previous day, and they have very clearly conveyed the message that DCM D.K. Shivakumar be elevated to the position of Chief Minister so that the 2028 Karnataka elections can once again be taken over by the Congress party. And the same point of time, CM Siddaramaya had mentioned in Mysuru stating that he will be the full-term Chief Minister of the Karnataka government and there might be no changes at this point of time. However, if the High Command notices or if the High Command orders that the cabinet be reshuffled, he is ready to do so. On the other hand, D.K. Shivakumar also congratulated CM Siddaramaya when CM Siddaramaya's statement was heard by DCM D.K. Shivakumar. He mentions that CM Siddaramaya is our leader and we will go by his words, and AICC is the only team or the High Command which decides if there should be a power reshuffle in the state of Karnataka. But the MLA's move who came to Delhi, it was not accepted by Mallikarjun Kharge because he very clearly mentioned that there is a General Secretary who will be taking care of all these things. If there is a power reshuffle to be happening, if the power change is to be happening, it will be decided by the High Command and not these MLAs at this point of hour. So we will have to see because Mallikarjun Kharge has reached Bengaluru and various other MLAs from the party are visiting Mallikarjun Kharge, and CM Siddaramaya is set to visit Mallikarjun Kharge in the evening to have a discussion about the ongoing tussle in the state of Karnataka. Mallikarjun Kharge had very clearly informed all the Congress MLAs that none of them will have to come back to Delhi with the request of making D.K. Shivakumar the Chief Minister. At this point of time, D.K. Shivakumar has maintained a decorum by stating that all the MLAs are capable of becoming Minister and Chief Minister, and there is and this is one of the reasons as to why they visited Delhi and not for him being elevated as the Chief Minister. But things say another aspect. There are various other aspects to the statement made by D.K. Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaya. K.N. Rajana, who had mentioned a couple of months ago that saying that there will be a November reshuffle or the revolution in the Congress party, has come into existence as of now because Satish Jarkioli, Dr. G. Parmeshwara and various other ministers who support CM Siddaramaya were seen dining at Satish Jarkioli residence when people or MLAs who are in support of D.K. Shivakumar had visited Delhi. So it is very clear that both the teams are making sure that their leader elevates to the position of Chief Minister or continues in the same position, and also they are finding a place for themselves to enter into the Karnataka cabinet. Riyanka.
Okay, Abhishek, thank you for giving us the updates. With that, viewers, we now shift our focus to more news and details we are tracking. India steps up at the 2025 G20 Johannesburg summit as the US opts out of official participation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leading India's strong presence, highlighting the Global South's priorities and inclusive growth, climate resilience and global governance reform. While Donald Trump decided not to send officials, India's commitment signals a major shift in global diplomacy, with India taking a central role.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will be visiting Johannesburg, South Africa from 21st to 23rd of November to attend the G20 Leaders Summit.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa.
It's the world's premier gathering of global leaders, but one major player is missing. While the US has indicated that it might pull out, India is heading in, signaling a shift in who holds the table in global diplomacy. On 7th November, the US announced that no government official would attend the 2025 G20 Johannesburg summit, scheduled for 22nd to 23rd November in South Africa. Trump has accused South Africa of racial discrimination against the minority white Afrikaner community, which governed during apartheid until 1994.
We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and
take
then when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No.
However, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa announced that the US has changed its stance on attending the G20 summit in Johannesburg, though it remains unclear if Donald Trump, who had declared a boycott, now plans to participate.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form, or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing. This comes really at the late hour before the summit begins.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has embarked on a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the first G20 summit in Johannesburg. In a social media post, Modi said, "This is a particularly special summit." India's commitment was reaffirmed in a special MEA briefing on 20th November, emphasizing that the G20 remains a vital platform and India will engage fully.
As you are aware, the G20 has emerged as a premium forum for international economic cooperation, as well as for discussing matters of global significance. The G20 provides an excellent opportunity for the leaders of these large economies and emerging economies, representing over 85% of global GDP and around 3/4 of the world population, to come together and discuss important issues impacting the world.
With the US absent, India and other global South powers aim to carry the summit. The Johannesburg agenda, inclusive growth, climate resilience, critical minerals, mirrors India's own G20 legacy and ambitions. However, will the absence of US officials impact the event's significance and outcomes?
So, even though the USA will not be present at the table, as has been stated by President Trump, the G20 has been established as a powerful global force. It's not dependent any longer on any one country. So the G20 has become, I would say it's too big to fail. It has its own energy, and it's a force that we all believe in as a platform. And at the present time, we need this platform because it's a staircase between the global north and south. And given the challenges we have within the United Nations system and within the multilateral domain as a whole, the G20 becomes even increasingly relevant in being the vehicle that can adequately and collectively address the challenges.
A G20 without America, but with India present, the message is clear. When one power steps aside, another steps forward. How India uses this moment could reshape its standing and the G20's direction for years to come.
Moving on, security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside Indian territory near the Samba area of India-Pakistan border. Take a look. Security forces have heightened their vigilance following the detection of a suspected Pakistani drone inside Indian airspace near the Samba sector of the India-Pakistan border. The drone was observed in the Regal area, hovering for about 2-3 minutes before turning back towards Pakistan. Officials say the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be a small, remotely piloted vehicle. The Border Security Force and the Special Operations Group have launched a thorough search of the area to confirm whether any narcotics or weapons were dropped. Meanwhile, suspected drones from Pakistan has been sighted regularly, but the BSF continues to be alert and maintain constant vigil. The search operation was underway as per officials, adding that security has been heightened in adjoining villages as a precautionary measure.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad arms haul.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic Defense, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers. The biggest story today is how the Tejas tragic crash happened at the Dubai Air Show. We will decode every angle of that sortie and crash, and we will be joined by our experts for more on that. We'll also take a closer look at how the Neoma Air Base that has just been unveiled near the LAC, how does it pose as a game changer around the border to China. Viewers, we will talk about all that and much more in this latest edition of Our Defense. An Indian Air Force Tejas light combat aircraft crashed during a demonstration at the Dubai Air Show, killing the pilot after the jet suddenly lost altitude during a low-level maneuver. It plunged into the ground, and the pilot has been identified as Wing Commander Naman Syal, a highly experienced fighter pilot. He came from the hills of Himachal Pradesh. Coming from a family of Indian Air Force pilots, he brought 14 years of service to the forces. Air Force has ordered a court of inquiry to determine the cause of what is only the second known accident involving the Tejas aircraft in the history ever since it has been inducted. Now viewers, multiple videos now public show the Tejas performing a high-energy aerobatic display. When mid-maneuver, it suddenly lost control and went nose-diving, first into the ground about 1.5 kilometers from the main venue, away from the crowd. Preliminary assessments suggest that the crash may have been triggered by a combination of factors. Let's take you through the details of the possible reasons. So, viewers, first the possible reasons will be, of course, the negative G-turn. We'll just talk about one of the possible reasons, and then we will be talking to our guest. We will join by Air Commodore Behel joining us here, Air Commodore Behel joining us on the broadcast, sir. We will be talking about the possible reasons, sir, and then we will be showing what really had panned out. Now, negative G-turn is one factor that is emerging, and Commodore Behel will be, discussing with us what it really means. A pilot pushes nose down hard while inverted, creating negative gravitational force. This is one of the key reasons that is said to be behind the crash. The blood rushes to the head and the vision can red out. So there can be a sort of disorientation. The next reason that we are talking about is also how the engine could also be malfunctioning. Fly-by-wire anomaly is also another possible reason. Pilots' stick movement sends electric signals. Only computers decide how much to move wings and tail, not the pilot. We move on to the other reason. That is how the engine could have also malfunctioned. Remember, this is a GE engine, America-made GE engines that are used as far as the Tejas is concerned. There has been a delay, remember, as far as GE engines are concerned. So, in engine compressor stalled, single GE F404 engine may suffer compressor stall or sudden thrust loss. No power, plus no altitude, no time to recover before hitting ground. So, now I want to understand from you, Commodore Ashmendra Behel, that one of the reasons is said to be the negative G-force, or it could be the engine. In your understanding, sir, what could have happened before we go to the visuals and decode the movement?
Rachita, first of all, thank you very much for calling me to such a reputed show. The points that I want to make out is, remember that it is International Dubai Air Show that is taking place. So there is a lot of pressure on everybody around, including the pilots who are going to fly this. It has to showcase the capabilities of the aircraft, which is shown to be agile and highly maneuverable, both in the horizontal and vertical plane. And one of the characteristics of this aircraft is that it can undertake negative G maneuvers. And that is the reason why we are talking of this negative G maneuver. Now, what is negative G maneuver? Normally, when we are standing, we are being attracted to the center of Earth with one G force.
Right.
But when you carry out a turn like this, you are now having centrifugal and centripetal forces which are giving added.
G-force is gravitational force.
G-force is gravitational force which is attracting you to the center of the Earth. But when we do our tight turns, we may be doing at 4, 5 or even 6G, which means your body weight is going to become 4 to 5 times your normal weight, your blood is draining down, and that is why you are wearing those anti-G suits. But in this particular case, when we talk of negative G, opposite is happening. Means though your cockpit may be pointing towards you, the person who's clicking the video, but actually the aircraft is going like that. And after that you see that the aircraft goes inverted and comes down, the nose comes down.
Right. We'll just play out that video here so that Commodore Behal can explain this better. If we can track that movement, we'll just play out those 3 angles, 3 videos that actually track the entire movement, what really happened on the last day of the Dubai Air Show. So this is 0 to 10 seconds, if you could just decode.
Okay, so now in this, when you see the cockpit is pointing like that, now he's inverted the aircraft.
Yeah.
The aircraft is inverted, come down significantly. This could happen due to multiple reasons. Just notice this, he started playing. The aircraft is getting inverted. Notice the aircraft is getting inverted. The nose is dropping. He's realizing there is no height available. He's trying to pull it out and he gets it to a flat attitude, but there is no height available and goes and crashes. Now in this negative G when he's doing, the blood is coming to the eyes. It's also known as red eye maneuver. Red eye maneuver means red out can take place, and that leading to the inverted coming down indicates that there could be occasion for a spatial disorientation also. So there are 3 possible cases here. We are talking
there could be a blackout of sorts.
There could be a red out. Negative G is initial red out, but later on when he comes inverted and he brings the wings level to the nearest horizon. Horizon means where the earth meets the sky.
This is the maneuver phase, sir.
Exactly. So now right now he's just going straight. And again, he's going, now he does a right turn. This is a negative G maneuver. You notice the aircraft is actually going away from you. And now you see the aircraft goes inverted after that. When the aircraft goes inverted, now onwards, he's still in negative G. He's now bringing the attitude wings level to the horizon. He's getting into positive G. So from negative, he's getting into positive G and he's pulling the aircraft up, trying to pull the aircraft up. The height is not available. And in this, one very important thing is if you do not do it at low levels, then the public cannot see it and its ability and capability of the aircraft cannot be known. So there is no reaction time. There is hardly any height available. It's a very precise maneuver. So one thing could be this drop, significant drop could be because of the engine failure. Second could be the problems because of fly-by-wire system. What is fly-by-wire system? Fly-by-wire system means electronic digital signals that come and control the aircraft by the inputs that are given by the pilot. It's a quadruple system, which means there are 4 such channels, and hence even if one channel fails, there are multiple channels available, so this probability is very low. Last thing is spatial disorientation, where when he's doing this negative G to positive G maneuvers, the pilot is disorientated in terms of the horizon. If you see, there is a background, a slight haze also, and that could lead to reaching a situation where he does not now have the height available. So these are the 3 main causes that could take place.
So this is the moment of the crash, viewers. You can see this just turned, it burst into a fireball, and all one could see this aircraft engulfed in smoke. And sir, there's also a question about ejection. We will also be joined by another expert on the broadcast. We will talk to him about the possible reasons also. And before that, viewers, we will just also look at how the investigators are piecing together what really went wrong in Dubai. Important to remember what the Tejas stands for here. This is India's frontline indigenous fighter jet. Built to light, it's built to be light, it's a light combat aircraft, it's agile, it's technologically advanced. And we'll just take a quick look at what makes the Tejas such a crucial asset for the Indian Air Force, because this was being demonstrated at the Dubai Air Show. Let's just tell our viewers about why it is so significant, because Commodore Behal we have to understand that, when India was making a strong case for Tejas, it is something that it's about reputation. It is about how India aims to strike more deals also. But the safety factor becomes very, very important. We will be going to the graphics, if we can just play out those graphics. Okay, sir, I will just, we will go to the graphics once they are ready. We will talk about how, sir, when you were talking about the audience factor comes in. So
Rachita, is it one thing I want to tell you. International show at Dubai takes place once in 2 years. where you have all major aircraft from the world who come. Whether it is F-35, Su-57, even JF-17 of Pakistan is being shown over there. So there is a lot of pressure. And the international companies, as it happened when China wanted to show that Rafale is down, they had painted a narrative. And why did they paint a narrative? They wanted to sell their J-35, which may also being shown here. So it is extremely important that this particular incident has showcased one major problem with respect to the, not to the respect to the aircraft, but with respect to the incident. And which could hit the Hindustan Aeronautical Limited and also to our indigenous capability. And that is why even sabotage cannot be ruled out. And that the Koto inquiry that has been formed by the IF will be looking at all the factors, whether it's a technical defect due to engine or due to fly-by-wire system, or it is pilot's disorientation, spatial disorientation, or even sabotage. All aspects will be looked into.
Right, sir. So let's just go through all the other aspects of this this tragic air crash that happened in Dubai, viewers. It's very important to understand how, of course, there are multiple angles, as Commodore Behel was pointing out. There could be a sabotage angle. That all under the matter of investigation. But this is the second, only the second, crash that has happened in the history of Tejas. 2024, Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. The pilot thankfully ejected. He was safe in 2025. This happened during a maneuver, during an air show. And Commodore Behel, of course, it becomes important to understand that when the audience, you have to also understand, and we'll tell our viewers, not the first time that, during an air show, an accident has happened. Because there is a lot of pressure, sir, what we understand. There are a lot of, complicated maneuvers that one has to carry out. And also, as you mentioned, that it has to be low altitude so that the audience, so that the viewers can also take a closer look. It comes with a lot of risks, sir. Do you think there should be some regulations, or there's no solution for that?
No, there are regulations in place, and it's a pre-planned maneuver, and everything is practiced today. This was the third day. It was not that it was the first day when this aerobatics. Before that, he had practiced there also. So it's only through regular practice. I must give you an example of F-16C, which is considered to be a very upgraded aircraft, very advanced aircraft of F-16 version. Now, this accident took place on 28th August this year. And this was also in Radom Air Base in Poland, where they were carrying out an air show and they were practicing for it. And the pilot who was doing the maneuver at low level, he was doing a barrel roll when he could not anticipate the height, and the aircraft went and crashed on the ground. So it is not the first time that these accidents happen in air shows. You have seen the F-35s. There are 12 F-35 accidents since 2018. The aircraft that we are talking of, LCA Tejas, was inducted in 2016. And we had only one accident, that too due to engine failure of G404 engine in March 2024, which implies that the aircraft is considered to be a very safe aircraft, and the aircraft is considered to be a very agile, highly maneuverable aircraft. And the reason why we had taken it, because we also want to sell this aircraft, want to market it and show its capabilities, and that's why these intricate maneuvers were being carried out.
Right. You also have Air Marshal B.K. Murali also joining us, Air Vice Marshal B.K. Murali joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us on Our Defense. So there's a lot of talk about Tejas now. The Tejas, shares dipping. A lot of talk about, the reputation, because we already have we already lack as far as the ideal number of squadrons are concerned, Air Vice Marshal B.K. Murali, sir. There's been a lot of talk about HAL, HAL's delivery. The Air Chief Marshal has also in the past raised many times, very publicly and very rightly so, the concerns surrounding Tejas delivery. And then comes the GE engine as well. Now, Commodore Behel was explaining to us that there is he was explaining to us possible reasons. The engine thrust also is a factor that is being much talked about, sir. What do you understand? How do you read the talks that are going on, and how does it, augur for the Air Force now that Tejas is now becoming the key force for our Air Force?
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me on the show today morning. Let me take on from where he left. Actually, let's talk about the GE 404 IN-20 engines. We must understand this engine is 46 years old. It was actually built for F-117 and Hornet aircraft of the USAF. And then subsequently, they sold this engine to us. It is 46-year-old technology. But then, having said that, I must also hasten to add that this engine has got an excellent track record, and the safety record is very good. Now, we have been talking about compressor stall, the engine failure, and so on and so forth. Now, this engine design is such that this is inherently resistant to a compressor stall because of a forward fan design. Now, there has not been many cases of a compressor stall reported on this particular engine. But if the aircraft is operated within the extremities of the design envelope, then there is a possibility that this engine will go into a compressor stall. And what is that extremity of the design envelope? Negative G. So it's very clear the moment the pilot decides to do that negative G maneuver, like it happened in Dubai yesterday, then there is a possibility that this compressor stall will get initiated, and with a loud bang. And this is known to happen. And secondly, this engine has got a thrust of 85 kilonewtons, and it is quite capable of taking the aircraft up and the pilot up, provided there is sufficient height from the ground. In this case, as from the videos, it is very clear that he mushed into the ground, straight, actually hitting the ground, during this maneuver. So there is a possibility that the engine compressor stall has been initiated because of, operating this aircraft in the extremities of its design envelope. Number one. Number two. Now, we are talking about the fly-by-wire system. Now, the fly-by-wire system was designed by Aeronautical Development Agency, and we all know, in fact, I distinctly remember Dr. Kota had the best possible design for the FPW. He came and studied the Mira 2000 at Gwalior, and then they improved upon it, and it became extremely advanced digital quadruplex redundant with ultimate backup system FPW system, a fly-by-wire system for this aircraft. So the possibility of the FPW system failing at this aircraft looks remote and doesn't appear to be really realistic. Now, as far as the maneuver is concerned, now today a question has suddenly come about. In fact, there have been many comments by USAF pilots from United States. They say that when an aircraft is doing such low-level, extreme maneuvers in an air show, why did you not profile the maneuvers, and why did you not actually take all precautions, keeping the safety in mind? Why did you allow the pilot to do the maneuvers, this extremely unsafe maneuvers, without even profiling the maneuvers? In fact, this is a comment by a USAF pilot yesterday evening. Now, let us assume that all this has been done by experts at Dubai, because this Dubai air show, this is not happening. This has happened multiple times, and we have taken part in so many times. And this is the 40th anniversary of the Emirates, a very big show. And obviously, let us assume that all these things have happened. But in spite of all this, for Tejas to crash in this particular air show is very unfortunate. In fact, we have also heard that people from far and wide came to see the solo aerobatics of the Tejas aircraft in the Dubai air show, and there is no denying the fact that this was a showstopper. But in spite of all this, a tragic accident and loss of life of a very, very skilled pilot, it's very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, indeed. Many thanks, Air Vice Marshal Murali, for joining us with your reading of the situation as we closely tracking this story. Just to, before we shift our focus to other story, we'll just break down the strength, Commodore Behel, of the Indian Air Force. The force is currently operating with 29 fighter squadrons after the final MiG-21 retired in September 2025. With only 2 squadrons of the indigenous Tejas jets in service so far, Air Force remains 13 squadrons short of the 42 required. The Sukhoi 30 Mach 1 continues to shoulder the bulk with 12 squadrons and backed by 6 Jaguars. 3 each of Mirage 2000 and MiG-29, and 2 cutting-edge Rafale squadrons, very, very important, as we saw in Operation Sindoor. Mega deals lined up. 180 advanced Tejas Mark 1A fighters are set to join the fleet from the next year, gradually pushing squadron numbers towards 35 for the mid-2030s. But I think, Commodore Behel, it will be too early to say, just judge Tejas, on this, but we have to right now move on to the other big story that we are tracking on our defense today, viewers. This is a game changer. It's a game changer that has been called near the LAC, as we talk about the Neoma Air Base, just 30 kilometers away from the line of actual control. Viewers, India commissioned the Mud Neoma Air Base in Ladakh, that is just near the LAC in eastern Ladakh. And this is now operational. Now the world's highest fighter-capable airfield at 13,700 feet. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh marked this inauguration by landing a C-130J aircraft, indicating that the runway is ready for both transport aircraft and frontline fighter operations. Built by the Border Roads Organization at a cost of over 200 crore, the base includes 2.7 kilometers concrete runway, hardened shelters, fuel storage, and advanced radar systems designed for extreme high altitudes. The primary purpose of the base is to speed up deployment of troops and equipment to forward positions. We'll just tell you where this is. We'll just play out a map for you, where we will tell you how it's barely 30 to 50 kilometers from the line of control. I'll just request Commodore Behel to explain to our viewers why it is so important to give an edge.
This base is extremely important, and Rachita has so well explained to you the characteristics of this base at high altitudes, with temperatures ranging anywhere from freezing or minus 40 degrees right up to plus 30 degrees centigrade. It's about 25 to 35 kilometers from the line of actual control. And it is also extremely important, if you remember, Galwan Valley incident took place very close from there, and our Pangongso Lake is also further towards the north. If the army has to deploy quickly, then we need our C-130s and C-17s to land here, which it is now very capable to land. And these aircraft can move the army formations and provide the critical support, especially when we are moving them inter-theater, which means from the side of Assam, we move them Arunachal Pradesh to this border, eastern Ladakh. But I must also tell you that there are a number of Chinese airfields that they are upgrading in Tibetan Autonomous Region. The closest to this is Nagaru Gunsa. That airfield is just about 180 kilometers from here. And that our fighters can be based here because we have hardened aircraft shelters that protect them, and we can have our aircraft such as the LCA, such as the Sukhoi 30 MKI MiG-19s that can be based at this place. From here, we can cover not just Nagaru Gunsa, which is somewhere over here, which is so close to our border, and we can rapidly deploy for combat air patrol in this entire area so as to cover the other airfields of China, which are located in the vicinity. And so we are looking at two things, two very important things. One, rapid deployment and redeployment of troops, equipment, weapon systems. And second thing we are looking at is the aircraft, air defense aircraft, as well as protection for this area through the strike aircraft, which can utilize this as an interim airfield because of the number of airfields that are located close by from China.
Right. In fact, we will, as very well it was explained by Commodore Behel, let's quickly help our viewers understand what really has been the significance of this air base in further depth from now. So it's just 35 kilometers, as Commodore Behel told us, from the fighters can scramble in minutes. This is what he was just telling us. It's located near sensitive regions like Pangong and Depsang, Demchok, where disengagement has also happened right now. But of course, India remains very, very cautious. Rapid operations, the Su-30s, Sukhoi 30s, the Rafales, they all can be launched instant intercepts. Heavy lift is ready, C-17s, the Chinooks can rush the troops and the supplies as well. So this is the Neoma Air Base, the highest airstrip that is functional post-Galwan build, signals India's tougher mountain posture. That, of course, India keeps an eye on China despite the talks, despite, we are in a, sort of a precautionary reset with China. So it's part of a Ladakh air grid that boosts the ISR and the strike capability. That is the Sky Fortress. So that is all about the Neoma Air Base right now. Thank you so much, Commodore Behel, for joining us on Republic and giving us an in-depth understanding of our top stories. Meanwhile, viewers, exercise Mitra Shakti has entered its final phase at the foreign training node in Belagavi, where India and Sri Lankan troops are putting the cutting-edge technology through its paces in a major leap for the 11-year-old series. Live drone reconnaissance, counter-drone systems, robotic mules for room clearance, light specialist all-terrain vehicles for rapid insertion, and advanced IED render-safe kits are all making their debut in the joint drills for the first time in the Mitra Shakti. Alongside high-intensity fitness, heli-borne slithering, battles obstacle courses, and Sri Lanka's real-world lessons from Operation Indrasera, the 170 Indian Rajput Regiment and 135 Sri Lankan Gajaba Regiment soldiers are mastering the urban combat, casualty evacuation, and small team tactics in semi-urban environments. Viewers, take a look.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking at 1 p.m. this Saturday with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, there are fresh revelations that are coming out in the investigation into the 10/11 blast conspiracy. We'll get you all that and a lot more this edition, but first the headlines. Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of the lab. More details emerge in 10/11 conspiracy. Terrorist Muzammil confesses the module hatched the Delhi blast himself through self-funding. Delhi Police Crime Branch busts international arms racket. 4 accused arrested. Infighting within Karnataka Congress intensifies. Both Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar camps openly engaging in power play over cabinet positions. 13-year-old dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers. Third-year medical student commits suicide in Andhra Pradesh's Chittor. Parents allege harassment by college staff. Case registered. Probe is underway. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. There's bulldozer action that has now been reported against Arif, who's a close associate of Tauqir Raza in Bareilly. This action has been taken against 16 shops located in a 2-story building with over 100 police personnel deployed. On your screens now are the visuals that we accessed earlier of bulldozer action that is currently underway in Bareilly. This action is against the aides of a Muslim cleric, Tauqir Raza, who's from the UP, who was arrested about a month ago for his inflammatory remarks, which ultimately led to protests and unrests. Let's go across to my colleague Ajay Dubey, who joins me on the phone line with more details. Ajay, over to you.
Definitely, you see, this action is much awaited, and today, as we can see in Bareilly, the helper of Tauqir Raza, Arif, an action is happening on his property, 2-floor building where he's having various shops. Today we can see an action. It was very much awaited and it was much in discussion in Bareilly, because after the incident, after the activity happened in Bareilly, when administration from Bareilly, not only from Bareilly but from senior bureaucrats from Lucknow also, they were following the event and the footprints and the follow-up details what they were getting regarding Arif. This action was much awaited, and Arif, who is not having actual documents of the shops, of the construction, he is not having any authorities approval for this premises. And today we can see actions, various bulldozers, including Poclane machines, they are working there, and right now heavy action is going on. Bulldozer machines, they are breaking the infrastructure. And now this is what is happening right now. This is much in discussion in Bareilly, and the senior bureaucrats, the police deployment in that area is much distributed, and they are trying to make it very peaceful. And today we can see action happening in Bareilly.
Yep. All right, Ajay, thank you for giving us those details as we track the ground action very, very closely. Viewers, let's move on to more breaking news coming in at the moment. This is in connection with the 10/11 conspiracy probe. We are now learning that Al-Falah University has responded to a show cause notice issued by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council over misleading accreditation information. The university has admitted that the outdated details on its website were due to oversight and website design errors and unintentional lapses. So Al-Falah over there claiming oversight and website design error after it was the Enforcement Directorate that had earlier flagged that the controlling trustee and generated proceeds of crime worth over crores of rupees were fraudulently inducing students and parents to pay fees, and that Al-Falah essentially was built on fake accreditation claims. So now a response has come in from the university, trying in a sense to, in what seems like a damage control among viewers, but the ED has intensified its action on Al-Falah ever since the investigation into the blast case has picked pace. And the investigative agency had earlier made its claims in the remand application filed before a court that Al-Falah Group had faked its accreditation claims and was operating illegally. And now what we understand is that a latest response has come in from the university trying to essentially counter the ED. Let's go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who joins me live on the phone line, in fact. Chandrakala, give us more details.
Well, I am right in front of the Al-Falah University right at this moment, and we can see, multiple. I think it's the parents have arrived here to meet the Vice Chancellor, and now we could see that they are leaving right at this moment from the Al-Falah University. What we are learning is that multiple students, along with the parents, they have reached Al-Falah University to meet the Vice Chancellor. I think they are just leaving from Al-Falah University. We tried speaking, but they are now inside the car. But the fact that, yes, the Haryana police team was also here. Now we know that multiple investigating angle has come to the fore. It has been. Yeah, we'll just try speaking to one of the family member here.
कहाँ जा रहे हो?
घर जा रहे हैं. Tell us what exactly happened tonight. I don't know.
आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
So we just saw multiple students along with the parents were here. There is worry, of course they are worried, and it's a matter of concern for the entire the students. Of course, as we know that the student has been duped by the Al-Falah Group. The fact that they have been duped by the Al-Falah Group, and crores were diverted, multiple devices were also seized, and how Al-Falah University actually duped students of rupees 415 crores. We tried speaking to the students also. There are different colleges they are under the Al-Falah University, and now we saw that the students along with their parents have just come out, and they met the Vice Chancellor. We tried speaking to one of the students, but then of course it's a matter of they are worried. It's examination season as well. So yes, a very, very concerning situation right at this moment in front of Al-Falah University. We saw multiple cars coming out there. The investigating teams are also here. I would like my DJ to just show the situation right at this moment. As we know that crores of rupees were allegedly siphoned off by the Al-Falah Trust to family-linked entities. And we know that how Al-Falah University has duped students of rupees 415 crores, and of course we know that ED has also revealed how Al-Falah University has has fraudulently claimed as far as their accreditation is concerned with the NAC, and of course UGC recognition, and fooled students. So it's a matter of concern for the students also, because not only, we know that multiple terror doctors are linked with this Al-Falah University. They were teaching at the Al-Falah University. We'll try speaking to them again. Many students have, along with their parents, were today at Al-Falah University to meet the Vice Chancellor, because of course it's a matter of risk for their careers as well. A lot of medical students were studying in this university, and it's an examination season. A lot of money has been invested for their careers. Their careers are at stake, because we know that the Al-Falah Group is very much under the scanner as far as the Red Fort blast is concerned. Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Dr. Shaheen has been a part of this. Dr. Umar Nabi has been part of this Al-Falah University.
पीछे क्या है देखो जरा पीछे शॉट
So we can see this entire, families and parents are really worried right at this moment. We tried speaking to one of the students. We'll try speaking to more because, of course, they're also in a situation where they won't be able to reveal much. But yes, we'll be trying to speak to one. Sir, what did you speak?
अंदर क्या बात हुई है सर?
One second. So you can see multiple parents and students coming out right at this moment. Of course, they have met the vice chancellor for that matter. I would like my VJ to keep showing the visuals. Line of cars, of course. Al-Falah University has been the very epicenter of this terror module. Has been the very center of the terror module being carried out. Many students, their career are at risk right at this moment. And it's an examination season as well. Multiple, crores of funds. There are a lot of money that has been invested by the parents for their, for their careers, and of course, we'll try speaking to one of them.
प्रोफेसर हो ओके तो ये जो मामला सामने आया है सर उसको लेके
We are joining by one of the professor from Al-Falah University. Let's just speak to him.
क्या बात है बता दीजिए सर छुट्टी है कल को छुट्टी है सर कल छुट्टी
इतने सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं अब क्या एग्जैक्टली क्या बात हुई है
परिवार वाले पहुंचे थे आज
भाई प्लीज आप बीच में
परिवार वाले पहुंचे थे तो हम
क्या डिस्कशन हुई है
थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए परिवार वालों से क्या बात हुई है
भाई रास्ता छोड़ो
सर क्या बता दीजिए परिवार वालों से क्या बात हुई
वालों को हमने एश्योरेंस दे दिया है परिवार वालों को एश्योरेंस दे दिया है पेरेंट्स को एश्योरेंस दे दिया है पेरेंट्स को एश्योरेंस दे दिया है
क्या एश्योरेंस दिया है क्या
कॉलेज बंद नहीं होगा
डिग्री को लेकर नैक ने तो बोल दिया कि
नहीं नैक का कोई नैक जरूरी चीज नहीं होती है मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए
नैक ने तो बोल दिया कि जो आप
कोई जरूरी चीज नहीं होती
और यूजीसी रिकॉग्निशन भी नहीं है तो आप ईडी ने बताया
ये देखिए
So what we are learning that the student has been assured about. We'll try speaking more to him.
आपको जो बताना है
बता दिया जानकारी दीजिए क्या हुआ है सर क्या है आपने एक मिनट सर ये एक मिनट इधर देख लीजिए एक बार ये देखिए एक मिनट हाँ
प्लीज वो फायदा कुछ नहीं है इस तरह से आप लोग सारे
Give us some details of what was discussed.
मैंने आपको बता दिया एश्योरेंस पेरेंट्स को दे दिया है
What kinds of insurance?
कॉलेज चलेगा कॉलेज चलेगा कोई डी-रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं हुआ
lab. So yes, now as you can see that some kind of assurance has been given to the students, but he's not very clear. He refused to comment as to what kind of assurance. Of course, he's saying that the university will still continue operating. But yes, it's a matter of concern for many students as their career is at risk. Many medical students are at risk right at this moment. Over to you.
Yep. Chandrakala, I want you to stay on with me. You know, you asked multiple questions. We tried asking him, this professor who came out of the campus about what's really going on. There was absolutely no response from his behalf on the kind of, how the investigation has progressed, how Al-Falah has become the focal point in this entire blast case, how the terror activity, how terrorists were, had made Al-Falah their breeding ground. They were storing explosives. They were training cadres over there. No word on that. No word on how this university has hoodwinked the parents of their students and even the accreditation council. But, Chandrakala, what I gather from, the way that you confronted him is that he's been very nonchalant about this entire matter. He does not care. And he says very casually कि university बंद नहीं होगा.
Yes, yes, absolutely. As you could see that, he was being questioned. There were multiple questions being raised about the accreditation, about the UGC recognition, about how the university's lab was being misused by these terror doctors, but he is not answerable to it. He has just mentioned that, yes, we have given assurance to students. Now, what kind of assurance? He's just mentioned that, the university will continue operating. The fact that, but the very fact that, many students are being duped by Al-Falah group. That's the very fact right at this moment. And this person, of course, the professor of the Al-Falah University has just mentioned that we have just given assurance. That's a one-liner from him, but there was no such, clarity as far as a lot of such questions that has come to the fore, a lot of such angle that has come to the fore as far as this Al-Falah University is concerned, which has been the very epicenter of this entire terror conspiracy. As you have rightly mentioned, he has very casually answered that we have given assurances to students. That's the only thing. When he was being asked as to what was discussed in detail, he was completely tight-lipped. Over to you.
Yep. Chandrakala, there's one more thing that I want to, flag. This is something that has come out of the investigation. We understood that these terror doctors, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, they misused their position. We already know about the kind of activities that were going on, but investigation has also revealed now, viewers, that they misused their positions in the university by removing chemicals and lab materials. Explosives like ammonium nitrate kits from the university lab. They were exporting it somewhere, we don't know where and for how long this, this transportation, this nexus was operating. So, as I gather from you and from the way that, this professor was answering the media, he has absolutely no idea, and even if he did, he is choosing to conceal about what was unfolding in this campus in the name of teaching, in the name of education.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as you have seen that he refused to answer when he was asked that, where these terror doctors use this lab chemicals, that was taken out of the university, how they misuse their position being a part of the Al-Falah group, Al-Falah University, how the chemicals were taken out of the Al-Falah University. It's a matter of security as well as what are the authorities up to when they, it's a university where a lot of such students are studying, medical students. It's not something, just casual university. It's a medical university where a lot of students who are actually pursuing the career in medical science is something very, very concerning because as you rightly mentioned that how this terror doctors have carried out different chemicals and lab kits for testing with ammonium nitrate were missing from the lab. The NI is also questioning about these chemicals, including who decided which chemical was to be taken. There are more students and parents now coming out of Al-Falah University. Did you not see me? Just hit the car. So the NI is also questioning the recipients about these chemicals, including who decided which chemical was to be taken out from the lab and what purpose each was used for, and whether foreign handlers provided information on how large quantities of explosives could be produced using these chemicals, and these chemicals were taken out of the lab of this very university, and the professor refused to comment when he was asked as to how, it was taken out of this university, and the security was unaware, the authorities were unaware. It's a very, very big question right at this moment. Over to you.
Right. Chandrakala, I want you to stay on with us and keep showing us the activity that's going around the Al-Falah campus at the moment. Viewers, full frame on your screens now. The series of meetings that are happening at the Al-Falah University. The management has been confronted by the media, but no word whatsoever, no accreditation, terror activity on campus, absolutely no word or no word of acknowledgement or any statement from the university so far. In fact, they've now released what we broke earlier, just a one-liner statement saying that it might have been a website design error that led to, this error on behalf of the university. Chandrakala, I want to go back to you, and while you keep showing us the live visuals, what's happening around here, I want you to take us through the details of where the ED investigation has reached so far and what is it that we can expect next.
So what we're learning right now, of course, we have seen multiple cars coming out. There were a lot of students and parents who have actually come here to meet the Vice Chancellor. We spoke to one of the professor who has definitely clearly mentioned that there was, just something discussed that, they have been given some kind of assurances. That's the only, it's very unfortunate for such, very unfortunate that the authorities of this Al-Falah University, as we know that the chairman, Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, is now under the custody of ED. And we know that, a huge amount of cash, digital documents has been seized by the ED after being, raids being conducted over different premises related to Al-Falah Group. We also know that how 9 shell companies are also linked to Al-Falah Group. So it's a it's a concern. It's a huge concern for the students, for the parents, because you'll have to understand that there are students from across. I'm sure there are students who are studying here from across the country. Not only students from J&K, but we know that more students from J&K are studying here. But yes, apart from that, there are others also. So I think their careers are at risk now, and this raid comes at a very, very crucial time when it's an examination season. So yes, we'll try to show you more of. Ma'am, you're just tell us. So I think, I think they have been confronted well by the media. We could see, we show the visuals earlier. And yes, it's very concerning right at this moment. I think we expect more and more such activities to be taking place today at Al-Falah University, because yes, earlier today we also saw how the Faridabad police carried out a thorough search operation in and around Al-Falah University in the Dhauj village. And now, of course, the parents along with their students along with the parents have come here to Al-Falah University to meet the Vice Chancellor. We tried confronting the professor of Al-Falah University who was very much a part of this particular meeting which took place between parents and the Vice Chancellor, where he has just managed to answer that yes, we have given assurances to the students. But what kind of assurances? What about the money that has been invested in the Al-Falah University? What about their careers are the question that remains to be seen.
Yes. All right, Chandrakala, thank you for joining us. And we'll keep a close eye on this. For the moment, viewers, let's cut across to the BJP.
देशभक्त हिंदू हैं, उनकी भावनाएं आहत हुई। अब दोबारा हिंदुओं को गाली देते हुए, हमारी संस्कृति को गाली देते हुए उदयनिधि स्टालिन कह रहे हैं कि संस्कृत एक मृत भाषा है। वो भूल जाते हैं हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे धार्मिक ग्रंथों की कोई आधारशिला है। करोड़ों हिंदुओं की आस्था की बुनियाद अगर कुछ है तो वो संस्कृत भाषा है। ये एक घटिया घिनौना मजाक उदयनिधि स्टालिन हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को आहत करने के लिए करते हैं और बार बार करते हैं। ये क्या है उदयनिधि जी, आप बताइए, हम जानना चाहते हैं। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपनी सकारात्मक राजनीति से जहां विकास और अखंडता को आगे बढ़ाया है, वो एकजुटता का प्रतीक बन गए हैं। उदयनिधि स्टालिन केवल अराजकता और विभाजन का पर्याय बन के रह गए हैं। और ये तब है जब इससे पहले हिंदुओं की भावनाएं आहत करने के लिए माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने डीएमके नेताओं को फटकार लगाई है कि इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान जो एक वर्ग विशेष की भावनाओं को आहत करते हैं, इसे कतई नहीं दिया जाना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। इंग्लिश बाइट है, बाइट। हाँ है, ठीक है, इंग्लिश में रिपीट। It is unfortunate that there is a leader in India, Mamata Banerjee ji, who has become the epitome of communal politics and appeasement politics. And we all know that today Mamata Banerjee ji is afraid, is scared, and she is well aware that she is going to lose the forthcoming assembly elections of West Bengal. The reason is very simple. There is a constitutional mandate under Article 324, read with 326. It empowers the Election Commission of India, which is a constitutional body, to conduct SIR. And this exercise is being conducted in 12 states of the country. While the citizenry of India is welcoming such a move because it will ensure that only citizens of India get to vote and elect their government, which is their right, there are parties and leaders like Mamata Banerjee ji, Rahul Gandhi, as well as Arvind Kejriwal, who are mourning, who are afraid, and who are opposing the idea of SIR because they depend on the illegal immigrants for their votes. They are aware that if every illegal immigrant following due process of law is sent back to the country that the person belongs to, they will lose all elections. And thus, from this platform, I ask a question that is being asked by every citizen of India. Mamata Banerjee ji, please tell us, what is your stand on illegal immigration, which happened during the UPA era, when borders were porous and illegal immigrants were welcomed because they were treated as vote bank by the Congress party and the TMC. I also wish to ask you, why is it that when we see the illegal immigrants queuing and going back to their respective country, the nation rejoices, but you have a sense of sorrow? Is it because you know that you are going to lose the West Bengal elections, which are bound to happen very soon? And the height of communal politics is this, that when every Indian, every Hindu is rejoicing, a magnificent Ram temple at Ayodhya, a leader of the TMC, Mr. Humayun Kabir, announces, as per the wishes of Mamata Banerjee, that there would be construction of a Babri Masjid in West Bengal, starting from 6th of December. This clearly reflects the kind of hatred that Mamata Banerjee has for Hindus and the love that she has for illegal immigrants if they happen to profess the religion of Islam, even if they are not citizens of India. This thinking and ideology of Mamata Banerjee is deplorable and is worrisome. Thank you. हाँ इंग्लिश में ना हाँ वही दे हिंदी में हो गया इंग्लिश में अगर इंग्लिश में चाहिए कि नहीं हाँ ठीक है नहीं इंग्लिश में दे देते हो हाँ वो इसीलिए From this platform we condemn the communally charged statement made by Mr. Udaynidhi Stalin. Mr. Udaynidhi Stalin.
Where Gaurav Bhatia is, of course, addressing the media and launching a scathing attack on Mamata Banerjee over her letter to the ECO on SIR and also the TMC MLA wanting to build a Babri Masjid in Murshidabad. We will get you all the details on this. Major revelations from investigation into Al-Falah University lab. Terror doctors moved batches of chemicals and ammonium nitrate testing kits out of the lab. More details emerge in their 10/11 conspiracy. Terrorist Muzammil confesses the module hatched the Delhi blast through self-funding. Delhi Police Crime Branch busts international arms racket. 4 accused arrested. Infighting within the Karnataka Congress intensifies. Both Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar camps openly engaging in a power play over cabinet positions. 13-year-old girl dies by suicide in Maharashtra's Jalna, cites harassment by school teachers. Third-year medical student commits suicide in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor. Parents allege harassment by college staff. Case registered and probe underway. And viewers, in a major action, the Delhi police has built in a crackdown on illegal arms, and they have busted one of these nexuses coming from the module that has probably been linked to Pakistan ISI. It's a massive arms racket being busted. Alleged international arms racket seizing a large consignment of sophisticated weapons that officials say was sent from Pakistan to India via drone and routed towards Punjab. 4 accused have been arrested for allegedly supplying these arms to notorious gangster networks. According to investigators, the shipment was intended for syndicates linked to Laurent Bishnoi, Bambiha Gogi and Himanshu Bahu gangs and was to be further distributed across Delhi NCR region. We have 4 suspects who have been arrested in the international arms racket busted by the Delhi police, and they are conducting investigation into who all and which gangs did these 4 suspects pass on these items, the international arms that were brought in to the country via drones from Pakistan.
इनको ये वेपन मुहैया कराता है और वेपन वहाँ से ड्रोन के जरिए अक्रॉस द बॉर्डर ड्रॉप किए जाते हैं। 2 ड्रोन साइमल्टेनियस साथ चलते हैं। पहला ड्रोन है उसमें कैमरे से वो फुटेज कैप्चर करता है और वो कन्वे करता है, लोकेशन सैनिटाइज हो जाती है, तो दूसरा ड्रोन उसके साथ में रहता है और वो एक सैनिटाइज लोकेशन पर इन वेपन्स को खेप को ड्रॉप करता है। वेपन्स जो है वो कार्बन की पॉलीथीन में, कार्बन के कवर में लिपटे हुए होते हैं, जो किसी तरीके की स्क्रूटनी को इवेड कर देता है ये ड्रोन्स लो फ्लाइंग रहते हैं, जो अदरवाइज भी रडार में कैप्चर नहीं हो पाते हैं, तो उसकी वजह से ये पेनिट्रेशन हो पा रहा है उधर से। इन 8 वेपन की जो डिलीवरी हुई है वो पंजाब में किसी एक सीक्रेट लोकेशन पर हुई, जहाँ से ये डिलीवरी मनदीप को और दलविंदर को रिसीव हुआ। मनदीप और दलविंदर को वहाँ से एक लोकेशन बताई गई कि दिल्ली में एक लॉन्ग लेट दिया गया, इनको एक कोऑर्डिनेट्स दिए गए, इस पर पहुंच करके एक आदमी को आपको डिलीवर करना है। उनको किसी आदमी की शिनाख्त के बारे में नहीं बताया गया था। जब इनसे पकड़ा गया तो इनसे बस इतना पता चला कि ये ड्रोन जो है ये रोहन नाम के आदमी ने, जो कि बागपत का पाया गया, रोहन आदमी ने इनकी वेपन की डिलीवरी के लिए एक ऑर्डर प्लेस किया था। रोहन का शायद आप लोगों को ज़्यादातर को मालूम भी होगा, ये जितेंद्र गोगी गैंग का ये एसोसिएट रहा है, जितेंद्र का एक्टिव एसोसिएट रहा है ये। और ये संजीव जीवा जो गैंग है पंजाब में जो एक्टिव है, उसके लिए भी इसने काफ़ी काम किया है। और जितने भी गैंगस्टर्स ये अपने नॉर्थ इंडिया में ऑपरेट करते हैं, गोगी गैंग हो गया, भाऊ गैंग हो गया, कपिल सांगवान गैंग हो गया, इनको ये हथियारों की सप्लाई भी करते रहे हैं। रोहन को यूपी एसटीएफ ने भी गिरफ्तार किया था पिछले साल। इससे 17 वेपन रिकवर हुए थे और करीब 700 लाइव कार्ट्रिज भी इससे रिकवर हुए थे। तो ये नोटोरियस क्रिमिनल है, ये पहले भी ये सप्लाई करता रहा है। और इसका जो साथी है अजय अलियास मोनू, इसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
My colleague Prem has filed this exclusive conversation with the DCP Sanjeev Yadav in this matter. Listen in.
डेफिनेटली 19 तारीख को एक स्पेसिफिक इन्फॉर्मेशन पर क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम ने 2 व्यक्ति जिनका नाम मनदीप और तलविंदर है, इनको अप्रेंड किया था। इनके पास से 8 वेपन रिकवर हुए, जिसमें से 3 मेड इन टर्की हैं और 5 मेड इन चाइना वेपन हैं, PH-5.7 और PH-3। और उनकी इंटरवेशन से ये मालूम चला कि ये वेपन पाकिस्तान से यहाँ पे ड्रॉप कराए गए थे ड्रोन के माध्यम से पंजाब के डिफरेंट लोकेशंस पर, और वहाँ से इन्होंने कलेक्ट करके दिल्ली एनसीआर के आर्म सप्लायर को सप्लाई करना था।
तो ये जो क्रॉस बॉर्डर आपका जो ड्रोन्स के थ्रू सप्लाई हुआ था, ये कितने दिनों से एक्टिव है जो पाकिस्तान एजेंट है? क्योंकि इससे पहले भी हमने देख चुके हैं कि दिल्ली में टेरर अटैक भी हुआ है, क्या उसमें इन आर्म्स का कोई यूज़ था?
नहीं, अभी ये चीज़ वेरिफिकेशन का है, बट अभी बहुत इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन है कि ये किस पर्पज़ से या किसके पास जा रहे थे। अभी जो आर्म्स दिल्ली के एरिया में जो आर्म्स सप्लाई करता है वो ये वेपन उस तक जाने थे और उसके बाद आगे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होने थे, तो ये वेरिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है अभी।
अप्रॉक्सीमेटली क्या प्राइस है और कितना सोफिस्टिकेटेड था?
वेपन की कॉस्ट जो है 8 से 10 लाख रुपए पर वेपन इसकी कॉस्ट है और बहुत ही सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन है। जैसा जॉइंट सीपी साहब ने भी बताया था कि इसके अंदर 5.7 जो PH-5.7 है, इसमें AK-47 की तरह की कार्टेज यूज होते हैं, उससे थोड़ी छोटी होती हैं और BP जैकेट को भी पेनिट्रेट करने की क्षमता रखती है।
Colleague Prem is joining us to give us more details on this story. Prem, take us through the developments coming in and what the police had to say in terms of this international arms racket being busted by the Delhi Crime Branch.
This international arms racket was busted by Delhi Crime Branch, and this racket, it is recovered that 8 to 10 weapons, high-end sophisticated weapons were recovered. These high-end sophisticated weapons were dropped across the border using drones, and these drones from Pakistan, the Pakistan ISI agent had links, and they used to use drones to drop these weapons across the border, and these weapons were collected and supplied to the Delhi arms dealer, and this dealer was a also associated with various gangs. Now we have questioned the DCP crime branch that whether these weapons were used in the Delhi bomb blast case or not, but he has said that he is verifying the details. He has not completely denied that they were used or not, but the investigation is still on and verification of the details is still on whether these weapons were used in the Delhi bomb blast case as well or not, because gangs used to use these weapons, was supposed to use these weapons, but further details are coming up in this case.
Okay, Prem, thank you for getting us the updates on that story. We will also track in updates that come in further as the investigation is currently underway. And viewers, moving on, the Trinamool Congress MLA Humayun Kabir has sparked a row once again, indicating to rebuild Babri Masjid in Beldanga in the Murshidabad district. And the chosen date, December 6, which is 1992, is the then anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition. Kabir said that he will lay the foundation stone of the proposed Babri Masjid in Murshidabad on 6th of December, and this move has drawn sharp reaction from the state's opposition BJP. In a fresh political row from West Bengal, TMC MLA Humayun Kabir proposed to set up a mosque modelled after the Babri Masjid at Beldanga in the same district. Kabir said that he will lay the foundation stone of the proposed Babri Masjid in Murshidabad on 6th of December.
हाँ वो तो बाबरी मस्जिद का शिलान्यास होगी 6 दिसंबर। स्टेट का मेरा नेता सब लोग को संहति दिवस भी उद्यापन होगी। मैं यहाँ का बेलडंगा में एक बाबरी मस्जिद 3 साल के लिए काम चलेगी, इसीलिए उनका भित्ति स्थापन होगी। वो मुस्लिम लीडर लोग सब आएगी, मुस्लिम जो जाने वाने वाला है, जो कुरान हदीस, बड़ा नाम बाद में आपको ऐलान कर देंगे।
This move and the remarks made by Humayun Kabir has drawn sharp reaction from the state's opposition BJP. BJP leader Priyanka Tibrewal, while hitting out at the remarks, said that the TMC's secularism is religion specific and called the move appeasement politics.
देखिए तो सेक्युलर कंट्री है और वेस्ट बंगाल और तृणमूल जो है वो तो अपने आप को कुछ ज़्यादा ही सेक्युलर बताते हैं। जब वो ऐसा कहते हैं कि बाबरी मस्जिद की फिर से स्थापना करेंगे, तो मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि उस स्थापना पर वो किस किस को बुलाना चाहते हैं? उन रोहिंग्याओं को जो SIR के डर से अभी बॉर्डर की तरफ भाग रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल छोड़ने के लिए। दूसरी बात मैं ये भी कहना चाहती हूँ कि आज अगर उनको बाबरी मस्जिद बनाने का इतना ही शौक है, तो जो बाबरी मस्जिद बाबर के नाम से बनी थी, पहले ये पता करिए वो इतिहास क्या है, वो कहाँ से आया था।
Meanwhile, other BJP leaders also came in and slammed the move and remarks made by Humayun Kabir.
This controversial Humayun Kabir, who says he will chop off Hindus and throw them into Bhagirath, now is making yet another controversial statement because their philosophy is give Hindus gali and take vote bank ki tali. They are the same people who oppose Jai Shri Ram. They are the same people who oppose Ram Mandir, and these are the same people who for vote bank politics will go to any extent, whether it is inciting on Waqf, inciting on CA, inciting on SIR or doing these kinds of things.
कोई मस्जिद बना ही सकता है, लेकिन वो प्रॉपर स्थान पे होना चाहिए। इसमें किसी ने किसी का धर्म का पालन करेंगे, उसमें हमारा तो कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। लेकिन ये जो इसको मस्जिद को पॉलिटिकलाइज्ड करने का जो माहौल बनाने का कोशिश कर रहा है, ये तो मुसलमान धर्म का अपमान है।
The MLA, who is known for speaking out of turn and beyond his brief, has courted controversy in the past as well. He was expelled from the party in the past but rejoined and won from Murshidabad's Bharatpur Assembly constituency. Meanwhile, Humayun Kabir has threatened to launch a new outfit for minorities on December 22, stumping his party again. This time, he has also invited a young opposition legislator, Naushad Siddiqui, to the foundation stone laying of his proposed Babri Masjid in the district on December 6. And viewers, it's time now we get you a roundup of news coming in from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
The administration in insurgency hit Dantewada district of Chhattisgarh is running a youth hub campaign to support young aspiring entrepreneurs through youth hub. Professional help and assistance in developing business ideas are provided to the youth interested in entrepreneurship. LG Manoj Sinha visits the border village of Jhangir of Naushera subdivision and laid the foundation stone for the construction of new houses for families affected due to recent natural calamities and unprovoked Pakistani shelling during Operation Sindoor. Today, the foundation stone was laid for the construction of 388 houses in Rajouri. The houses will be completed in the upcoming 6 months. Security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside Indian territory near the Samba sector of India-Pakistan border. Officials say the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be a small remotely piloted vehicle. Moving on, viewers, in a major breakthrough in the Delhi blast probe, investigators say that the interrogation of the arrested suspects has helped decode the wider terror conspiracy, revealing arms deals, foreign links and handler networks. According to the NIA, Muzammil allegedly purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered from Adil's locker, while further questioning indicated that terrorist Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor and terror doctor Umar by another handler Hashim, with both reportedly working under a higher operative now identified as Ibrahim. Colleague Chandrakala is joining us for more details. Chandrakala, we are seeing how the entire network is now getting exposed. It is a huge network that has come in, whether we talk about foreign funding or illegal arms coming into India through this entire nexus. It is a big breakthrough in the Delhi blast probe, with the interrogation of the suspects helping to decode the wider terror conspiracy. Give us the details.
Yes, in fact, it's a major breakthrough as far as this Delhi blast is concerned, because now what we are learning is that, after the NI has taken custody of the prime suspects, that now what we are learning that interrogation are revealing more such new, of course, we are now able to decode, the investigating team is now able to decode the entire terror conspiracy being carried out at the heart of the national capital. Now, the fact that Dr. Muzammil, what we are learning that Dr. Muzammil purchased an AK-47 rifle for rupees 6.5 lakh. But now we know that a huge amount of money is involved. A huge amount of money has been self-funded by these terror doctors. Now what we are learning is that AK-47 rifle has been purchased by one of the terror doctors, that's Dr. Muzammil, and which was actually later recovered, from Adil's locker, another doctor involved in this case. While further questioning indicated that Muzammil was being dictated by, by handler name. So let me tell our viewers that, two handlers are also, foreign handlers are also involved here. Now we know that, Muzammil was being directed by a handler named Mansoor, and Omar Nabi, the prime suspect who carried out this attack at the Red Fort. Dr. Umar Nabi was handled by another handler, that was Hashim, which both reportedly working under a high operative identified as Ibrahim. So as the investigation deepens, we could see that more and more individuals linked to that, this entire terror conspiracy are now being highlighted. Now the fact that if I would like to tell our viewers how this entire terror module was so efficiently planned, and of course the fact that Al-Falah University, we are at the Al-Falah University where, just a moment, just earlier we have shown that how the parents and the students have come here and spoken to the Vice Chancellor, and it's a matter of concern for the students who have been studying in this Al-Falah University. And Al-Falah University has been the very epicenter of this entire terror module, this entire terror conspiracy. Now the fact that this big revelation coming out after the interrogation is deepening is that, they have been able to decode the entire conspiracy. How Muzammil bought an AK-47 rifle for 6.5 lakh, which was later recovered in Adil's locker. And then, of course, Muzammil's handler was Mansoor, Umar's handler was Hashim. They were also working under a person named Ibrahim. Now, how, the fact that in 2000, when we talk about foreign handling, of course, we know that it has also a link with Turkey, because these people went to Turkey to meet handlers. Now, the fact that in 2022, Muzammil, terror Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Adil and Muzaffar, that's Adil's brother, went to Turkey on the instruction of Okasa. There was a plan to send them to Afghan, but that actually did not execute. Right. Now, the fact that what is Okasa's role here? What sources are... Yes. Now,
Chandrakala,
this
hold
entire
on. We have
process,
more details. We'll come back to you. I will come back to you. Let me just tell our viewers more details that are emerging in the 10/11 conspiracy probe. The probe into the blast has revealed that a total of rupees 26 lakh was allegedly pooled through self-funding, with contributions of rupees 5 lakh from Muzammil, 8 lakh from Adil Ahmad, and 6 lakh from Mufar Ahmad, and 2 lakh from Umar, and 5 lakh from Shahina, after which the entire amount was reportedly handed over to Umar. Officials further claimed that Muzammil was tasked with procuring ammonium nitrate and urea for the operation. Chandrakala, as we were rightly speaking, and you also giving us the details for the fact that the entire amount, self-funded amount, Okay, we are cutting into Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the G20 summit taking place in South Africa. Prime Minister Modi, we are seeing him, and it is an important session that is going to be taking place and has also started in South Africa's Johannesburg. And that is, of course, Prime Minister meeting Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. And we are getting these live and exclusive footages. G20 summit. It's a historic G20 summit as India-South Africa ties in the spotlight coming in at the G20. Prime Minister has already called the ties between the two nations as timeless. And he is there, of course, meeting the President, Cyril Ramaphosa. With one hand, Donald Trump deciding to skip it, India becomes and holds its spot to be on the limelight, and Prime Minister is also going to address the three main sessions today as well. We will be keeping a very, very close eye on the developments that come in, but those are the pictures of that handshake. The handshake that talks a lot between the two nations, the handshake that is, of course, speaking, and Prime Minister there having a brief conversation with the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, the sidelines of the G20 summit. High-stakes diplomacy is very much visible. The strong message that is coming up from Prime Minister Modi, the global south. This is happening in Johannesburg, and there's a historic G20 taking place on the African soil. Prime Minister Modi there walking, and we are bringing you these exclusive visuals on Republic TV. And Prime Minister arriving at the G20 summit, and he was welcomed warmly by the Indian diaspora in South Africa. He was welcomed by all who love him, and he's of course shared his message very, very strong for the global south, with the G20 summit all set to kick off. India's leadership is also under the spotlight. Growth and climate and also AI is going to be on the agenda. That is, of course, the agenda, and the sustainability model of India is also going to be clearly stated by Prime Minister Modi as he will address the sessions at the G20 summit. We share those first pictures of Prime Minister at the G20 summit. We'll also understand the importance of G20 summit shortly from now. It is Prime Minister's visit to the Johannesburg to attend the G20 summit, and he is going to put forth India's perspectives on the G20 agenda. India's agendas are going to be very much laid down by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And a resilient world, the G20's contribution is one of the sessions that is going to be held, and climate change, energy transitions, food systems, all are going to be coming together. Niranjan is joining me on the phone. Let Niranjan take us through the importance of G20 and, of course, India's role and India being on the spotlight during this meeting.
Well, one of the key, focus areas for this first group of G20 meeting that is being held in South Africa will be on, solving some long-standing problems that have afflicted mostly, continents like Africa. But I think one of the critical standout issues that they will be discussing and looking forward to finding, solutions to will be a U.S. boycott and the U.S. trade issue. And Prime Minister Modi is there, and he's been meeting different world leaders. And he has met Albanese of Australia in Johannesburg ahead of the G20 meeting, discussing also India-Australia cooperation. Global South focus has been one of the key areas. He's representing the Global South there. And the Prime Minister has also discussed investments in India's digital ecosystem. He's met a few stakeholders from South Africa, and the talks will, of course, begin today. The Prime Minister held talks with the Naspers chairman and CEO earlier. He also met the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. So there are a series of meetings that are expected to be held on the sidelines of the G20 summit in South Africa. This is a two-day G20 leaders summit. It commences today. The first summit of the group of major economies being held in Africa. One of the big, headlines of the summit also is that Donald Trump is not there. So that's a big standing, a point that stands out. And the Prime Minister landed yesterday in Johannesburg. He received a very warm welcome. And one of his first meetings was with the Diaspora's chairman and CEO. When he of course, engaged the industry body in South Africa to try and expand the South African multinational internet and tech firms' investments, also to bring that to India's digital ecosystem. The Prime Minister also met his Australian counterpart, Anthony Albanese. The two leaders are taking stock of progress in cooperation. Some of the areas that India and Australia are looking at are defense and trade. Now, those discussions were held yesterday. The G20 nations, of course, hold enormous potential, and the UN Secretary General ahead of this meeting has said that they have enormous potential to ease the suffering and set the world on a more peaceful course, hoping that something big comes out of the G20 talks today. And a series of meetings also happening as we speak on the sidelines of the main summit, where European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, she earlier met UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. But India's entire focus will be on, of course, trade. The Prime Minister has been talking about trade with different leaders he's engaging. And on the back of the attack that we've just suffered in Delhi, we are looking forward to, a mention perhaps that the Prime Minister could be making on terrorism and G20 nations and countries and platforms like G20 condemning terror, which becomes extremely critical.
Okay, thank you for giving us those details. Niranjan, we keep a very, very close eye on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and him addressing the sessions. And coming up next, viewers, Prime Minister Modi arriving at the G20 summit venue and exchanging that handshake with Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. More details coming up on the other side.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
Hi, I'm Diksha Rani from Helios Capital India, and I'm excited to be a part of the India Economic Summit being hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025, being held at the Republic headquarters at Noida, and I hope to see you all at the summit.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We'll be focusing on the tussle, the power tussle that is underway in Karnataka as more MLAs throng to Delhi in support of DK Shivakumar. We'll get you more from the ground, but first the headlines. More details emerge in the serial blast case. The 26 lakh rupee fund now under lens. Big revelation now. Al-Falah admits to NAAC that it lied to students about accreditation. Faces massive backlash and anger from the parents on campus. Faculty members go underground in Al-Falah. Social media accounts erased. Many doctors have fled Al-Falah, according to sources, as investigators join the dots. Arms racket originating from Pakistan busted. Weapons were being smuggled into Delhi and NCR via Punjab. Congress High Command rushes to Bengaluru to firefight another crisis in Karnataka as DK Shivakumar's camp rebels asking for the Congress to make him the Chief Minister. Speaking in Imphal, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat says that world will cease to exist if Hindus are not in this world. Bulldozer action in Uttar Pradesh as controversial UP cleric Tauqir Raza's aides face crackdown. The Chief Minister change buzz intensifying in Karnataka as more Congress MLAs have reached Siddaramaia's residence today. Minister Yogeshwar was seen with the DK Shivakumar yesterday. Today, he is meeting Siddaramaiah. And that's the breaking news we have right now as far as the tussle in Karnataka is concerned. The Congress versus Congress that is now unfolding. In fact, we have a latest reaction from DK Shivakumar himself. Listen in.
Has expressed that he will go by the decision of the party high command. And he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. He is our leader, I say. Whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty. Being a ACC president, you have to respect that. Has expressed that he will go by the decision of the party high command. And he has said that he is going to reshuffle after 2.5 years. He has requested. That is why some of the MLAs have gone to. He is our leader, I say. Whenever it is my bound duty, whenever he comes, I have to go receive him. There is a protocol. We meet him, look at him. It is our bound duty. Being a ACC president, you have to respect that.
All right, this is DK Shivakumar right now. This is the latest reaction. And DK's camp holds a meeting, as you can see on the right side of your screens. So this is the situation that is brewing. And in fact, it is picking up pace now as there are many MLAs that have that are now holding meeting with Siddaramaiah. And one of them happens to be Yogeshwar, who has been backing DK Shivakumar. In fact, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister were seen sharing the same stage despite the power fight. Warmth displayed on stage, even the power tussle that is brewing. The two leaders, Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, whispering to each other on the stage. Both leaders sitting side by side and smiling as they are visible. They are on the stage. They are face to face at the Fish Festival, and they come face to face despite the power struggle that is brewing, the rebellion that is out in the open. And this is happening ahead of the meeting, the Kharge's meeting. So that's the breaking news we have right now on the Karnataka power tussle. Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Minister are sharing the same stage ahead of Kharge's meeting. And with that, a quick check of more stories from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The administration in insurgency hit Dantewada district of Chhattisgarh runs a youth hub campaign to support young inspiring entrepreneurs. Through Youth Hub, professional help and assistance in developing business ideas are providing to youth interested in entrepreneurship. Lieutenant Governor Jammu Kashmir Manoj Sinha visited the border village Jahangir of Naushera subdivision and lays the foundation stone for the construction of new houses for families affected due to the recent natural calamities and unprovoked Pakistani shelling during Operation Sindoor. The foundation stone was laid for the construction of 388 houses in Rajouri. The houses will be completed in 6 months. Security forces are on high alert after a suspected Pakistani drone was detected inside Indian territory near the Samba sector of Indian-Pakistan border. Officials say that the drone was flashing white and blue lights and appeared to be a small, remotely piloted vehicle.